Hello chat. I just remembered that we had custom music for these streams. The jump scares to keep you on your toes. You were all slacking off in chat, I could tell. Hi, so yeah, we did not this last week. We did some Celeste instead, because that was a big deal. Big Celeste mod. I still want to do more Celeste mod, maybe, but I didn't want to leave this hanging for too long. Otherwise I'd forget what I'm doing. Where does the voice clip come from? It all stems from... I'll show you the lineage here. Wait, that's a... No, that's a fan song version of it. I just want the audio. It comes from...
A vote for freedom. Vote Daniel. Vote Daniels. Daniels. Vote for war.
There, that's from a DNSL video. Very funny. Years ago, not even my bit. And then in preparation for these streams, because I had that living rent-free in the back of my mind, I recorded this.
A vote for the barrier is a vote for freedom. Vote Asgore. Vote Asgore. Asgore.
What, trying my best to recreate that, one for one, but with Asgore. And then a guy on my Discord, or someone on my Discord, remixed it into Spamton Asgore's theme. Nice soundboard? I don't have a soundboard. I'm clicking on files in Windows Explorer. Yes, that's Dr. Breeb. I remember now, yes. We can think for this song. So we'll just leave this running in the background. Yeah, my soundboard is a tiny Windows Explorer window stuffed up at the top corner of my second monitor. That's how I roll. There's already fan art in the arts channel. Oh right, I remember now. I promised that I would show something off at the start of the next stream. Let me now recheck Outsin's DM to recall what that was. Alright, so, there was a couple things, actually. I'm gonna make this a bit quieter. Right, so lots of stuff is in motion here. So first and foremost, Outsin pointed out that there was a piece of Mook's fan art all the way back from the end of Umris streams that I never actually showed off, because it was made after the streams were well over. It's just a, basically an illustrated edit of the thumbnail that I made for those streams, which is quite remarkable. Let me open that up. It is the wrong... Can I rotate it? Alright, this is like the, I guess like a book cover version? I think there's a horizontal one too. There it is. Which is remarkable, and I apparently never showed it off, so there we go. You can correct that now. That's by Mooks once again. What was Umris? Well, that's a long story, buddy. I have a bunch of streams dedicated to Umris. It was a certain fan fiction. But then, there's also, if you recall, ever since those Umris ending streams I did, there has been a small sort of faction at work within the Discord community to make a physical version of Umris and all the endings. And also, I think ELEKTIONTRÜCKUNG, they want to put that in at the very end, but But Outsin has been working in parallel on like a PDF version that is not going to be published physically, but apparently that's like complete now, so I thought I'd just look through that quickly. Because there's like, they've really gone hard on this project, right? There's like this custom cover art, there's like a foreword, this random, all this bullshit, like all the gold plating. We have a preface, all the contest rules, Umris itself, all of the endings properly formatted and like a novel. Then we have a bunch of author commentary, I believe, if you go down far enough. We have like the email logs, copy pasted in. It's all together. And again, this is the PDF version. There is in parallel a physical copy that is being produced, which is similar to this, but not exactly the same. Oh wait, this isn't the most recent one out, Sin says. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this seems to end way too quickly. Wait a minute then. Oh, this is the correct one. Sorry, Outsin. I opened the wrong one. So it's the same to start off with, then I think later on you get into the, all the bullshit. There's like 300 pages, apparently. Yeah, Jesus. Right. Return to table of contents and so you can like click a link to see the author's commentary on each fan fiction. It's kind of ridiculous. And I think there's fan art at the end too. I see comic. Oh no, like this is election trucking now. It's being like patched in live with each new installment. Election trucking gets patched into the end here. And here, yeah, all the stream fan art's in there too. So I guess when the physical copy becomes available, you can purchase that. I don't think they're selling it for profit. It's just like to cover publishing costs. But again, I'm not directly affiliated with that. That's just something that people are doing independently of me that I thought is pretty remarkable. Anyway, that's cool. I've also heard that we already have fan art being posted in the Discord server, so I might as well get that out of the way before we start. Oh, it's a G-Money. I see. Did we look at that? I don't think we looked at that. They're saying it's a repost, but I don't remember this one. It's just a pixel art of SoundCloud rapper Gaster by NoSrep, which we always appreciate, of course. Holland and Moni. Apparently he's British. I don't headcanon rapper Gaster is British necessarily, but you know, you do you. It's your headcanon, man. Alright. I think it's time that we actually begin to election truck. Chat, I've been ignoring chat for a while. There's been too much to do. What was it? If you had to fight to the death with Germa, what would be your first move? I'm asking for no particular reason. My first move would be to, I think, turn the oven on. Like, if I'm in my house, I'm gonna run to the kitchen and turn my oven on, because that's gonna, like, throw Germa's mental game off. It's gonna make him, like, existentially insecure. I know that Germa's first move would be to come in... I think... What does he always say when the Wrestling Empire streams? He's like... He'd just come in, like, windmilling the arms. Like, he would never kick. He would just windmill the arms, because he has, like, big arms. He's, like, proud of his bicep size, right? So, I think the trick would be to, like, duck underneath and go for, like, the knees, because we know he's not going to fight back with the legs. Just, like, go and, like, bite his legs or something. Although it may be kind of hard to duck underneath Germa's arms because of his height, but I'm also pretty short, so I could probably manage it. That's a good question, chat. Thank you. By the way, in regards to that Celeste mod, I've been playing it since the stream. It's I have no danger of running out of content if I want to stream it again, but yeah, some of those, I've been playing some of the advanced levels, and those are pretty brutal. Like, I can do them, but they're like, they feel Kaizo, and it's a really unique skill level, because it's like at the borderline of what I'm comfortable doing. So I'm keen to get back to that at some point. I've been having a lot of fun playing that. Okay, let's go back to our lo-fi beats. I spent 2 hours last night, though, trying to do one of the hardest stages in the mod, the Pinball Purgatory one, because I saw a video of someone doing it on YouTube, and it looks like weirdly possible. Like, some of those, the Grandmaster stages just look impossible. This one looked doable, despite it apparently being the hardest or second hardest in the entire mod. And I spent 2 hours, and I got halfway through the first screen in that time. Every single obstacle, every single jump and input was like a learning process, and there was like 20 of them in a row, and I got about maybe 10 of them deep, and then there was just this one dash that I could not get the timing for, no matter how many times I tried. So it's going great. It was a wonderful experience. Still quite fun though, like that level's got a really bumpin' aesthetic. Alright. Election truckin'. You're struggling with high intermediate levels. Yeah, high intermediate levels are as hard as the base game ever gets, so like, and you know, Celeste Farewell, that's pretty fucking hard. That's not a trivial challenge at all. A lot of people gave up and never actually beat that because it was so hard, and that's where high intermediate's at, so it's definitely, no one could blame you if you're having trouble with those. Can I pin the doc link? I've done one better. It is now in the video description. You can go directly to the description and click the link. Oh, look at that, $5 from Lilia Woodburn. Been meaning to ask about this sooner, but is this a prequel set only a short time before Chapter 1, or should the year be 2020X rather than 20X-teen? It is a prequel. It is set an ambiguous length of time before the start of Chapter 1. It's not, of course, canon compliant, but that's at least where it fits best into the timeline. I pronounced your name right? Doesn't look that hard to pronounce. Unless it, like, you're at Starbucks and you become like Yelania or something. Alright, so we're gonna do what we did last time and read from the last thing I wrote in the previous stream. Which I think was the hospital scene? I think we started in the hospital. Oh wait, chat says, when I finally end my fanfic, where do I send it in the Discord? If you want to post your own stuff in the Discord, we have the Arts and Crafts channel is dedicated for that, just showing off your work. Feel free to put it there. The interminable hospital scene. Yeah, this scene is a slobber knocker, but it needed to happen. We had a lot of stuff to work through. No, it's not the Evangelion hospital scene. It's much better, in fact. Alright, let's go here. I haven't done voices in a whole week. This is gonna suck.
Hey bro, I know I told you to break a leg before the show, but I don't think you really picked up what I was laying down.
What the fuck voice was I doing for Gaster? I'll go with that one person's headcanon. He's British now. Fans, I'm in incredible pain. I would appreciate if you stopped making puns about it. Oh, that was more Australian. That was the worst British accent I've ever heard, actually. That was terrible. That really sucked. I like, apologize for that. Like, I overestimated my ability to just do an English accent out the gate there. Yikes. Like, ow. Do New Zealand? Impossible. I don't know. Sons, I'm in incredible pain. I would appreciate if you stop making puns about it. How's that? That's no accent that a human actually uses. That's my own accent that I made up just now. In it. Gaster lay prone on a hospital bed, legs sticking so far. This was pointed out, by the way. Outson tried to make fan art. Prone means you're on your stomach. I didn't know that it had a specific meaning. What I meant to say was supine, because it's very strange to picture Gaster lying prone. Just pronounce all the vowels wrong for New Zealand accent. That's every accent, though. That's just what accents are. Keep it, says Outson. I don't like the mental image. It's weird looking. So far past the end of the bed that both of his Yeezy-clad feet rested comfortably on the floor. His arm was suspended in a sling from the ceiling and encased in a slowly dripping metal casting clamp. Chris's folding knife was still wedged into the gap. At the blurry edges of Gaster's field of view, he made out a bulky form edging forward with an enormous vase of roses. I alternate between vase and vase, by the way, that's how I pronounce that. He was accompanied by some sort of diminutive goblin whose nose extended at least 1.3 cubits. Asgore's face soon loomed into view overhead.
Please accept this small token of my condolences,
he rumbled, placing the flowers on the side table.
I am very sorry your performance ended under such circumstances. I was...
He paused for a barely perceptible duration.
Quite enjoying it.
Thank you, Mr. Dreamer, Gaster replied weakly. For the record, I find your platform... He laboriously turned his head toward the camera and winked indulgently. Sans crouched into frame behind him and dabbed. Very, very interesting. That is like fucking weirdo accent, dude. What is that? It's like oscillating between weirdo Cockney and like Aussie and Valley Girl. I don't even know how to describe it. What is that? I don't know. I don't know what the accent is. Sometimes you just like some shit comes out of your mouth and you're not sure what it is. Purple hamburger. But someone told me to say purple hamburger in the accent. Purple burglar alarm. Purple burglar alarm. Gaster then inexplicably faded out of existence with a funny sound effect. Sans seemed to regard this as normal, so Asgore followed his lead. He simply smiled awkwardly and ducked out of the room. In the hall, Spamton pivoted his head so that his 6.6 billion angstrom nose obstructed Asgore's path. He tugged on his tie. I gotta hand it to you, Totes McGoats. I didn't have you, Paglin, as a meet the medic. Keep this up and they'll be eating out of your ass in no time. As bad as Asgore felt for Gaster, he couldn't help but puff up a little at the comment. It had been a long time since anyone had praised him as a man of action.
That all seemed to go quite well, if I do say so myself, Asgore mused. Except for, well, Gaster. What's next on the docket then, Mr. Campaign Manager?
Ask the pork sushi, Spamton said, gesturing down the hall to where Undyne was stomping toward them in full police chief regalia. Mr. Dreamer, sir! She began shouting to them while still several meters away. I've given the press statement as instructed! Asgore made a frantic double take between her and Spamton, unsure from whom to demand answers. Both of them just looked at him expectantly.
A press statement,
he eventually stammered out.
Whose instructions are you referring to?
The little weird guy, she answered, jabbing a thumb at Spamton. You know, just your talking points about how... fucking reading this whole monologue in Undyne voice is going to be a task. You know, just your talking points about how 98% of opiate-related deaths are of innocent civilians, that in 1839, opium overdose was the leading cause of premature death behind tuberculosis, and how 100% of all opioid products can be traced back to opioid dealers. Also, that thing about increasing the police budget by 400%. The school teacher lady doing an interview for her blog seemed to really like what we had to say. She said something about scheduling an interview where we meet in her apartment and watch The Simpsons. Undyne's voice faded from Asgore's awareness as he stared into the distance. As she continued to give her report, he felt himself all but pick Spamton up and smuggle him through the nearest door where they could talk in private.
Spamton, what did you do?
What did I do? Spamton shouted, waving his 7.15 hand nose around wildly. What did this hot slab of puppet meat do? I just won you a 25% market share of the hometown vote. This town has the drug crisis, and we have the free and easy methodology to clean your PC now. People are saying I sound like JFK. All right. From Clone High. I don't really know what that is, but okay, cool. Very cool. Asgore steepled his hands over his snout.
But what happened to funding the schools, the community outreach? How do we fund a 400% increase to police spending and still oppose Holiday's fracking policies?
Spamton shrugged. I don't know. Crime probably. I haven't been seeing too far ahead.
Asgore spluttered. But you told me that Undyne joined our campaign because she respected my legacy as a police...
Look here, Mr. Barahusbando. Undyne joined our campaign because you're a doer, not an asshole. It takes hit the gritty to make it in this business. Are you going to rile up the whole town just to leave them hanged? They believe in you, big boy. Undyne believes in you. He paused darkly. Don't you want to be
Just wanted everyone to have hope.
Asgore glanced to and fro, unsure what exactly he was hoping to see. No one was here to bail him out with free pickles this time. He sighed. Spamton was right. This is what he had asked for. If the town was so desperate for a hero to solve the drug crisis, then surely any questionable actions required of that hero were justified. Yes, it made perfect sense when he thought of it like that. He felt tears prick the corners of his eyes.
Hey, big guy, if you two are looking for a room, maybe find one that isn't mine.
Asgore's head whipped around so fast that one of his horns dented the wall. Rudy had been lying in bed a few feet behind them this whole time. Noelle sat at his side, looking faintly horrified. Asgore blinked.
Oh, Howdy there, Rudy. Have you been well?
His affable smile took several seconds longer than usual to spread over his face. Rudy stared back with a raised eyebrow.
No, I'm in the hospital.
Yes, Asgore agreed. He held eye contact with Rudy for several seconds. He looked down at Spamton. Spamton shrugged. He looked back up at Rudy.
Well, it was nice seeing you. We'll be on our...
Wait just a second, Santa Claus, Spamton cut in, suddenly regaining his composure. You gonna pass up some hot, fresh, unsolicited voters? Before Asgore could react, Spamton had scurried to Rudy's bedside and was waving a pamphlet so rapidly that the bedridden monster's fur was visibly rippling in the breeze. Can I interest you in a vote against opium as a vote for freedom? For a limited time, all bribery, 50% off. Rudy just stared back at Asgore with an expression of deep confusion. Seeing no reaction, Spamton's attention snapped to Noelle, nose slapping flaccidly against her cheek. What about the Hochi Mama on the far side of the deathbed? Is that impending age of majority that I smell? All right, you're leaving now, Rudy said flatly.
Yes, we are.
Asgore smiled and carried Spamton out of the room by his nose. Hospital scene is clear, nice. How can voters be unsolicited? Well, until you solicit them, they're unsolicited. He was hiding in the hospital the whole time. The scene has funny dialogue. Thank either chat or me, I forget. The point of the stream is that chat writes the fic, theoretically also. Asgore sat at the bus stop outside the hospital. Undyne still hadn't managed to fish his truck back out of the lake since she'd chased Spamton off the road a day prior. His eyes followed a yellow and green striped figure walking across the lot and through the hospital doors. Why did I capitalize that? That's weird. A few moments later, it re-emerged and walked off holding a pocket knife. After a time, the sound of approaching footsteps broke him out of his reverie. Harry was like Sonic the Hedgehog, basically, right? How's it hanging, Asgore? Asgore looked toward the sound. His shoulders sagged. Jerry. He then did a double take and realized it was Terry. His shoulders unsagged.
Howdy, Terry. Today is a fine day, is it not?
He hesitated.
Apart from the medical emergency, I mean.
Ha! Terry laughed. That's really funny. I'm doing great, by the way. The Wi-Fi here totally doesn't suck.
Yes, Asgore replied, trying to give the impression that he knew what Wi-Fi was. Terry smiled back coolly. His smile did not reach his eyes.
Hey, so, I was thinking, Terry went on. You're chief of police for what? How many years? Like a bazillion.
Asgore nodded.
Yeah, so you were hanging out with, like, emergency services, right? That's cool. Really cool.
Terry trailed off.
Did you ever meet any firefighters while on the force, Asgore?
Asgore was slightly confused by the question, but he was happy to see the townsfolk take an interest in his career now that he was running for mayor. He had to make a good impression.
Well, no, not in town at least. Sometimes while out on call to the city, maybe, but...
Ha! Terry cut him off. Yeah, I wonder if that's because there's no fire department in town. Kind of a bummer, eh? Kind of a bummer how, just to pick a random example, Asgore, if your wife and kid's house were to catch fire in the night for some reason, it would take exactly 20 minutes for emergency services to arrive from the nearest fire hall. Bummer how they'd both lack, you know.
He took a long drag from his double gulp of blue raspberry Slurpee. Oops, what the fuck? Don't want to put emojis in.
They'd probably both burn to death, or at least lose everything they own, huh?
Asgore's face fell. He seemed lost in thought. After a while, he responded.
It is a frightening thought. Thank you for sharing your concerns with me, Terry. There are many aspects of this town I aspire to improve as mayor. After hearing this, founding a volunteer fire service will be a top priority.
He beamed at Terry. Terry squinted back at him for a long moment, slowly raising his eyebrows.
So, you're picking up what I'm laying down, right, Asgore? About your kid dying in a fire? All that, yeah?
Asgore nodded.
Yes, your point is crystal clear.
Terry almost imperceptibly seemed relieved.
Cool. I knew you were a smart cookie. In that case, let's just say that I, as a hometown resident, I'm looking for a mayor who understands the importance of small businesses. And I mean, all small businesses. The urban entrepreneurs, the, street merchants, corner-to-corner salesmen, small-time cooks, poppy pickers, candymen, independent pharmaceutical ventures, narco-trafficants, narco-dealerid, die drunken dealer, something in Hebrew, something in Japanese, drug dealers. Yeah, you can respect that, right, Asgore?
Asgore, who had stopped listening at poppy pickers, agreed enthusiastically.
As a matter of fact, I have been a small business owner myself for many years. I know firsthand the difficulties one faces in keeping such a venture afloat. Terry, you have my sincerest guarantee that I will do all in my power to defend the rights of hometown's local businesses.
Terry smiled. This time the skin around his eyes crinkled like tinfoil.
I knew you were a real one, Asgore. Remember, you won more than just my vote today.
With that, Terry turned around and walked back the way he'd come, baggy jeans swishing stylishly with each stride. After traveling a moderate distance, he began to laugh maniacally, in a very cool and charismatic way, though. The way I pronounce narco-trafficant, yeah. I don't know how... pronouncing it correctly in Spanish is a task in itself. Then doing that while speaking like Sonic the Hedgehog meets the Chili's guy from the Donkey's VR chat video. It's a bit much. Man, Terry's so awesome, says chat. Hell yeah. Terry is an appearance that Irina did not expect. Well, you have chat to thank for that, the chaotic influence of the Twitch chat. I mean YouTube chat, I mean Twitch chat. Alright. Back to the holidays. Halloween Holiday struggled to pull more headphone cable from under the desk. She could barely see what she was doing in the dim blue light of the CRT monitor, and her tusks kept catching against the corner of the keyboard tray. Finally, she managed to coax a few more inches of cord from the dusty knot of cables against the wall, and she could sit up straight without the headset being pulled from her ear. Nerdly. Do you read me, Nerdly? She barked into the microphone. No response. Nerdly, she repeated at greater volume. Still, no response. Then a knock from the door behind her. Halloween scowled. Enter. Noelle gingerly cracked her bedroom door open and put her head through the gap after a brief struggle with the antlers. It's, push to talk. Halloween whipped an eye around to meet hers. It's what? You, Noelle thought for a second. You have to hold the Z key down to speak. I see. Thank you, December, Halloween said and turned back around. She waited for the door to click behind her before continuing. Nerdly, do you read me, Nerdly? She repeated, now holding down Z. This time, the camera view from the monitor jolted upwards to reveal Nerdly's face. His wings were flapping visibly out of frame. He nods. Good, said Halloween. You'll have to bear with me, I'm stuck with a less than ideal setup. If we have to do this regularly, I'll invest in a mission control station that isn't my daughter's desktop. Nerdly makes a rapid series of hand signals into the lens, causing him to lurch dizzyingly to one side while not flapping. Varric is in position. Any sign of civilians? Instead of replying, Nerdly swung the camera back down, revealing an aerial view of hometown. The footage switched to infrared, showing no signs of life on Asgore's street. Proceed, said Calloween. As soon as Nerdly relayed her order, a white blip materialized from a manhole just past Asgore's house. Body heat. Varric was moving in. Asgore, she mused as the blip traversed the street, really couldn't have made himself any easier to assassinate if he tried. An out-of-work bum living on the edge of town, subsisting on God knew what and flower petals. She was half surprised he hadn't already died in his sleep after eating an expired pickle or something. But given his specific circumstances, she had something even better in mind. Who is Varric, says chat? Come on, you don't know Varric? Toby Fox's favorite guy. The camera swung up once more, a flurry of signs from Nerdly. Varric is ready to breach. He's confirmed possession of 5,000 cc's of clarified butter, awaiting your orders. Halloween's baleen clenched. That couldn't be right. Nerdly, I don't follow. Reconfirm possession of the substance. Varric has brought 20 buttercups worth of ranunculin toxin, correct? I repeat, reconfirm possession of substance. A pause, a series of signals. No, I'm pretty sure he said cups of... Nerdly's attention was suddenly jolted toward the ground. The camera swung back to reveal a smoking U-Haul van in the space where Varric's Umris, footnote 6, translator's note, despite everything, Umris is still German for outline, in the space where Varric's Umris used to occupy. Its hood was visibly dented even from this distance. A ways down the road, there was now a slowly expanding circle of heat. And that's where we left off. Grossa Zero watched a lot of Twin Peaks clips and hoped to contribute. That'll be excellent. That's the energy we want, of course. Yeah, I guess if you really want to know who Varric is, you could watch my Halloween hack streams. I streamed it so you don't have to. Yeah, Outson wants Twin Peaks vibes too. We need to have Asgore wake up in the middle of the night and there's a 7-foot-tall bald man bending over his bed, speaking backwards. I mean, Deltarune's already halfway to being a Twin Peaks thing, isn't it? It's like the weirdo small town where everyone's insane. It's kind of already there, yeah. Spamton should come out of the car and finish off Varric with a pistol. Like, and then he pretends that it was an accident still. That's actually pretty funny. Have I played Deadly Premonition? No, I have not. I know about that one though. Actually, that Tim guy, that dude who I think I made a community post about him a while back, because like it's one of these really frustrating channels that makes absurdly high quality videos, like the kind of shit you'd expect from Jacob Geller or whatever, but like instead of getting 1 million views they get like 900. It just never gets any traction and it really pisses me off. But so I think the channel's name is just Tim or something. He had a video about Deadly Premonition that I have yet to watch. Oh, look at that, $10 from Neb, thank you very much. Idea, Nerdly or the Mafia, after realizing they can't get Asgore to tolerate them, pressure Holiday to merge platforms with Sans to overtake Asgore. Now she must somehow appeal to Sans' voter base. That is actually quite funny. I'll consider that. Like, Holiday has to, like, win Sans over to, like... Cause Sans is currently winning in the, irony-poisoned, disaffected youth polls. Holiday's trying to appeal to the meme vote, yeah. Sans wouldn't do that to Asgore, though. Sans doesn't give a shit what's happening. He just wants to lose the election as quickly as possible. Or maybe the idea is that as soon as Holiday tries to follow Sans' lead, she immediately fails because she can't pull it off, and like her ratings plummet even further. All the while, by the way, Asgore is covering up The idea from here was that Asgore and Spamton would have to cover up this vehicular manslaughter by framing it as like a drug like related gang violence and saying that like human gangs are now infiltrating the town and bringing like gang warfare with them. So we have to build a wall, basically. Dr. Andonis throws hot coffee on Varric's body and calls him slurs, then is never mentioned again. Maybe. Another $5 from Wolfsode. Coming thick and fast now, thank you. When Spamton meets Sans, he should say, "Wow, if it isn't fingers in his..." Isn't that Asgore who's the fingers in his ass guy? I thought that was the Asgore meme, not the Sans meme. Maybe I'm not aware though. Sans dances to it. Oh yeah, doesn't he dance with like Kameda or something? Or what's his face from Danganronpa? Yeah, Sans and Kameda. The xenophobia against humans is still going to take place, I think, Irina, yeah. At least I want it to. Andonut should be the first person they try to frame. Is there other humans in the town? I sort of like, I had the idea that Asgore's anti-human campaign, and then realized later that like Chris is the only human in the town that would actually be affected, and kind of go, oh shit. Which is basically what happened in Undertale. Oh yeah, Toby, I guess, is human. It's the idea of potential humans. Yeah, that's more like it. The idea that humans could theoretically come into the town. Alright. Time for the hard part. Start writing down stuff. I think I know how to continue this, actually. Is that Halloween immediately realizes that like the operation is blown, and then just asks Nerdly again, like, reconfirm, did not have possession of toxins, was just carrying butter, reconfirm. Because that means there's no culpability that'll be traced back to them. Halloween stared into the monitor without blinking until several of her eyes began to water. We need holiday anatomy again. Shit, anatomy. She lifted a something to the Z key. I'm thinking forelimb. Have you used tentacle yet? I'm pretty sure we've used tentacles. A pincer. There we go. I like that. Nerdly, she said woodenly. Come in, Nerdly. Please reconfirm that Varric was not in possession of any toxic substance. Confirmed. Confirmed. Just 20 cups of butter. Understood, said Calloween with a sigh. Return to base. The mission is terminated. Return to base. The mission is postponed. Oh yeah, she could confirm that Varric was Oh, that's where he put in the pistol shot. Is like she wants to confirm that Varric's actually dead, and then Nerdly starts to signal maybe, and then like just a gunshot that she can hear from the house. I'll just swap this out, hang on. What is the status of Varric? Bleeding profusely. Incapacitated, bleeding profusely, but still showing signs of... As a gunshot... Halloween and Birdly flinched in unison as a gunshot reverberated through the town. Wincing. He's wincing. How do I say that? Scratch that, he's super dead. Did I type Birdly? That would be a disaster, wouldn't it? Oh, I did. Birdly was in there for just a second. That was a big shot! Yes, Spamton's big shot. It's a desert eagle. This probably is a good thing, actually, that he's dead. At least as far as they're concerned, because they don't have to, like, where he can't be interviewed or anything now. Nerdly is Birdly, but red and mute. It's unclear. I'm not sure if he actually is mute. Like, it was discussed that at, like, the very end of the fic, he would just, someone would insult him slightly and he'd launch into the entire Navy SEALs copy pasta verbally as the payoff. And for some reason he just thought it was cooler to do sign language. This is difficult to express. Is Halloween is like, well, I guess that's a good thing that he's dead at least. Like, this is actually an optimistic turn in the conversation. Yeah, the evidence is gone. I've used the Z key too many times here. Nerdly, please reconfirm that Varric was not in possession of any toxic substance. Alright, that's probably good for the scene. I think someone last time suggested that Nerdly should collide with me on the way back, because I said that I was canonically narrating the fic from a jetpack mid-air. I'm not sure how to fit that in. Everyone's wearing jetpacks.
We'll get him next time.
I guess I could try to put it in. was the line went dead. Nerdly, still somewhat in shock, cast one last glance back toward Asgore's street, where a hunched shape was pawing at Varric's neck. What am I thinking? It's like a point something something magnum. It's funnier if you reference the specific model of gun. What are magnums called? There's like a caliber you put in front of the name magnum. 69 says chat. Yeah, I'm sure. A .22 Browning semi-automatic. 45, that sounds right. Yeah, .22 Browning is a rifle. It's just funny, just like Spamton's trotting down the street with an AR-15. No, I like the... I just like the vibe of Spamton having a massive, like, Old West pistol. Put the URL to the specific model in parentheses. Like in a footnote, just like a... I'm not sure I want to go that far. The view was so distracting that he collided directly with me as I delivered this narration from my diegetic vantage point, hovering above the town on a jetpack. Should we comment on that further? Are we including that in the story? Apparently so. Chat wanted it, so it goes in. That's, well, sometimes how it works. Just seeing first-person pronouns flashbang you in the middle of a fic like this is funny. Oh, I'm definitely specifying a jetpack. That's funny. It kind of hurt. Next scene. I've been using, what? Astraces to delineate? Yeah. Gotta keep it consistent. You need to specify who you are? They'll fit. Who else? Me. First person. Okay. Should we go right to Asgore? Because like this has to be addressed, right? It's like Asgore and Spamton have a dead body now. Also, the idea that Spamton like just capped him and probably woke up half of the town is a bit of a misplay. They have to get rid of the body before anyone else like comes outside to see. They can say it was the U-Haul van backfiring, right? Yeah, Asgore, you take the axe and chop up the body. Or maybe they don't have to hide the body. They just have to, like... Or no, maybe they do chop up the body, so it sort of obscures the fact that it was a car accident and makes the gunshot look like the cause of death and also like it was a gang killing. Yeah, because if they just leave the body with, obviously, like a car has hit it, it would be less convincing, so they have to chop it up. And plant the opium on him. Alright, so is this where we finally revealed that, like, there is actually an, Spamton just, like, has, we decided it was the Frogget Mafia, right? Who are supplying the opium, so Spamton just runs across the street to the opium dealer and buys a bag. Spamton suggests hiding the body while a full police investigation is in progress around it. The thing is, this is an interesting impasse here, because Mayor Holiday controls the police, or like Asgore controls half the police, Mayor Holiday controls the other half of the police. And neither of them want this murder investigated, because Asgore doesn't want it investigated because, like, it was his campaign manager who did the murder, and Holiday doesn't want it investigated because she doesn't want people asking questions about who Varric is or how he traced back. So they both want this swept under the rug as quickly as possible, so no one can really afford to question whatever story Asgore comes up with here. Undyne and Bluekey both ignore it. Well, no, they have to bring it to the attention of the police, but they have to frame it as if it's a gang killing. That's the idea. Alright, so what's the next scene is Asgore. Is he coming out of his house? Is he already standing at the body? Yeah, Spamton plants drugs in the body, and they chop it up. Would they still have to hide the fact from Undyne? I guess they could, or they could just tell Undyne what she's supposed to think, and what she already wants to hear, because she's all in on the war on drugs at this point, so if they just point Undyne in the right direction, being like, this is a gang-related killing, then she'll just roll with that. You're missing a lot of context. This is stream 5 so far. This fanfiction is 36 pages long. Or I mean 32 actually. I'm not sure what's down here. It's just like Gaster rapping a bit. Did Nerdly die? No, he's fine. I don't think the drugs are premeditated, Outsin. I think Spamton just goes across the street on the spot and buys a bag, because of course he just knows who the actual supplier in town is and just has no interest in actually going after him. Did Varric die, or is he just very injured? Well, he was very injured until Spamton shot him through the brain with a magnum. Spamton just hands Asgore a shovel, and he doesn't even convince him because Asgore knows he's in too deep at this point. We're not quite there yet. Yeah, this is... I agree, Otson, this is how we transition to the anti-human arc, but it can still be an improvised thing on Spamton's part here. It doesn't have to be premeditated. Spamton pulls a bag of opium from one of his nostrils. Holy shit. I actually like that so much. I'm gonna have to use that. Spamton's level has to go up. You're right, you're right. I wonder if there's a way to reference that somehow. Oh, he just blows out a stream of, like, raw cocaine. Spamton then would want it to be investigated. They do, though. They do. I mostly meant that Holiday didn't want it to be investigated. Or I meant that Holiday doesn't want to contradict Asgore's story. Because at least that's an alibi for her as well, if it was a gang killing. So they're both lying, but neither of them can afford to tell the truth. This is genuinely good writing, chat says. What a terrifying thought. So Asgore has to encounter the scene. I'm still just trying to decide right now, like, if Asgore has to leave his house first, or if we just cut to, like, Asgore already standing there with Spamton. Any thoughts, chat? Huh, well, no ideas for chat. Jump right into it. Yeah, sure. But if Asgore is just like... I know Asgore wouldn't be throwing up. He was a police chief. He's dealt with this before. What do you call those things? Those, like, drum exercises. A tattoo? That's a thing, right? A tattoo is a drum pattern? Gotta look that up. Yeah, it is. It's a term for a drum pattern. The paint was still wet on the side from when you got it, like, detail or put the decal on. The smell of burning blood from the radiator mingled with the fumes coming off the still wet paint of his campaign ad on the truck's side. Oh, they're called cadences. I like cadence better, actually. Yeah, cadence is better. Someone's wondering what my inspirations are for writing. So sort of embarrassingly, I don't really read a lot these days. Like, I used to read a shit ton back in, like, high school and middle school. My biggest influence is probably Terry Pratchett, because I've been a huge Discworld fan for, like, most of my life. So, definitely Pratchett vibes. I think I also steal a lot from this one fanfic author that I got really into sort of in the post-Undertale years called Courier New. So I think as far as, especially when I'm writing something that is like fan fiction, I tend to channel their stuff. So that's probably most of what you could chalk it up to. Not that I write much fan fiction in general, it's just it seems to bring that style out of me. Where can the oft-mentioned Courier New be found? On AO3. Just search Courier New. Their big fic is 1x1. Old Save the Goat fic. But pretty much everything they have ever made is like S tier. There's actually a couple of games that I've played because I've seen a Courier New fic on it. I'm like, well, it must be good. It's one of those things where like someone's taste is like so in line with yours that you're like, they're just like a font of recommendations at this point. Quirky Pratchett-inspired indie political drama. If you want to talk about quirky political dramas, that's exactly the kind of thing that Pratchett would write, so I guess it checks out. With Monsters, Monstrous Regiment, that's a Discworld book. It's like revolutionary war politics, but with like fantasy monsters involved. It's basically exactly this. A font of recommendations, Courier New. Oh, damn, I didn't even mean that. That's great. You'll notice what Gaster is speaking in up here, of course. He gave brief thanks to his police experience for the fact that he was not currently doubled over and dry heaving onto his lawn. That would have been a really terrible distraction from a rather serious situation. Wait, someone in chat has mentioned an Undertale fanfic that's 1,000,000 words long. By Tacky Wolf. I feel like I've even heard that name, Tacky Wolf. 1,000,000 words is fucked up, though. I mean, you can measure it in Subspace Emissary World's Conquest. That's 25% of that, which is scary just by itself. Isn't Varrock a child? Nah, he's like a 40-year-old bounty hunter who gets drunk and stuff. He thinks that strippers are hot, you know.
He's a man's man.
Okay, so how much of this does he already know here? Like Spamton, he's holding a gun. I want to show a bit of Asgore actually being like kind of competent here, at least like not panicking in the face of this. Like he sort of just goes into like fuck it, get her done mode in times of true crisis. which is kind of in character with Undertale, right? Because, like, he would never normally act like that, but in the wake of, like, Asriel and Kara dying, he immediately just, like, went ballistic and incited a race war on the spot instead of breaking down until later, at least. Yeah, and also, like, when he kills the children in Undertale. Head down mode, yeah. Spamton needs to bracket quote the Andonet's rant from the Halloween hack when describing what he did. I like that idea, actually. Where can I find the quotes, though? Specifically the sing fucking Beethoven line. That was $5 from Autumn Wolverton, by the way. Thank you for that. I remember the I'll burn you until your ashes scream for water or something like that. Maybe if I look that up in the other window, let's see if I can get it. PK bitch kill? I have fucking had it with your shit. You little fuckers are gonna have your bodies ripped in half. I'll shove your asses so far down your throats that when you crap, you'll sing fucking Beethoven. I think I could barely read that because it was scrolling so fast and I was just like trying desperately to keep up. That's a good line. Like, he says when you crap after saying fuck like 7 times. Like, just say shit, Andy. What are you doing? That makes it funnier, maybe. Okay, I'll try to copy-paste that in somehow. Does he just get right? You shot him. He stared into Spamton's eyes. You shot him, he says flatly. Does Spamton, like, try to deny it immediately? He pulls, like, a power from Chainsaw Man. He's like, no! Someone else shot him. Or is Spamton just unapologetic? Nuh-uh. His eyes swiveled in independent axes. Like a cornered animal. Nuh-uh! He shouted. He suddenly glanced at the smoking pistol still clutched in his hand. The sight of it appeared to terrify him. Nose length mentioned to draw a Pinocchio parallel. I like that. We need a new unit, though.
And you say that, despite the fact that this bullet clearly came from your gun, as a steamed hams reference.
I don't really know the steamed hams bit well enough to reference it. Like, I'm not gonna be a poser and reference a meme that I don't really know anything about. Unless it's Toho, in which case I will do that. 0.0035 furlongs. That's good. How big is that? Furlongs. Oh, that's 70 centimeters. That's way too big. We're speaking in delta size, not absolute size. There we go. The sight of it appeared to terrify him. Just a split second after, though, his head spasmed back toward Asgore. His expression was completely composed. He just immediately rolls with it and is like, we can make this work. Oh, that isn't smoke. It's steam. Steam from the hams we're having. Yeah. I'm not sure it quite fits. Please read this in Spamton Asgore voice. Asgore!
We have to cook. Spamton, I don't understand. Are you asking me to cook your body?
No, you idiot. The opium! To cook your body. Oh, cook the body. Eat the body, Asgore. Come on. She should be kind of sad about it inside. I don't think Spamton has emotions. Or at least not like that emotion. Spamton lovers are going to come out of the chat now and say that I'm not taking Spamton's character seriously enough. He's actually really deep, guys. I promise he's actually a metaphor for all this sorts of stuff. Sorry about that. Okay, maybe. So Spamton's logic, I guess, is that, like, it's easier to deal with a corpse than someone who wants to sue you. We have to use the term big shot at some point. Spamton also has to And here's where I quote the Andonuts rant, I guess. Uh, so, okay. How does this work here? Okay, maybe I did introduce this pizza hair gentleman to my big shot. Maybe I did rip that little fucker's body in half. Maybe I did shove his ass so far up his throat that when he craps he'll sing fucking Beethoven. So what? That's politics. Oh, yeah, bracket that. That's politics. So Asgore's immediate impulse is to just turn him into the police here. But maybe Spamton does actually know that he was an assassin. Or maybe Spamton just already knows him. He's like, I've hired this guy before! Spamton's like, he's on the same page of the dark web that you hire Varric from. Varric performed an attempted hit on Tenna back in 1997. That's good. What happened to the butter? I guess it's now pooling with his blood. Maybe I'll mention that. There we go. The butter pooling with the blood is amazing imagery. I hope so. So I think Asgore just calls Spamton out here. He's like, you're insane. I'm an idiot for trusting you. But then Spamton reminds him that, like, they're in it together at this point. Huh. That's how you make that cake in Minoton's cooking show. You mix clarified butter with human blood. Oh shit, I could have referenced the soul coming out of the body and shattering. Looks like Spamton just directly shoots the soul with his magnum. The little heart covers up and just bang. Oh yeah, I guess I should mention that the soul is... Yeah, the soul is still there. Maybe they can make use of that somehow. Asgore absorbs Varric's soul for the final debate. We can keep that as a MacGuffin, just like in his back pocket he has a human soul. Shouldn't the person rewind time? Well, we don't know if determination does that in Deltarune. At least not in the light world. Election trucking determination is an unholy abomination of Undertale and Deltarune where determination can do anything it wants. I guess it kind of is, yeah. The soul should do whatever is most convenient for the plot. I agree.
Enough rambling. Do you think this is funny? I don't know how I didn't see it before. You're completely insane.
Then he goes, he's gonna like call Undyne and just arrest him on the spot. Spamton makes a dark world to artificially create more voters. Holy shit, that's one of the funniest ideas I've heard, but it's like so fucking far off the path that like... That's deranged. I like that reply, LG Satchel. Let's make that disgusted. This cannot continue. This cannot continue. Yeah, and then Spamton's like... oops, contraction. After a few steps, Asgore heard a creaking noise from behind him. Panic surged in his chest as he pictured Spamton lifting the gun to his back. He whipped around. Alright. Lots of writing going on here. He pictured Spamton lifting a gun to his back. He whipped around, but instead of the barrel of a gun, he was met only with a smile so wide that it creased the skin of Spamton's cheeks like melted plastic. Insane, huh? He screamed without moving his lips. This is the exact moment Spamton became a Heisenberg. Spamton. Don't call! It's FBI! Open up! We have police at home! We're gonna... I think I've got the groove here. Shit, I can't autocorrect Asgore.
Insane, huh? He screamed without moving his lips. We've been partners in crime for 3 days now, and you're only just now noticing that I'm insane?
He took 3 waddling strides up to Asgore until the tip of his length nose
Wow, that's rough, buddy.
two hot dog lengths. It's longer than 2 hot dogs at this point. How long is a hot dog? They're 6 inches long. So we want to surpass like 80 centimeters at this point, I think. That's 30 inches, so 6 times... There's probably up to like 6 hot dog lengths now, honestly. His sextuple hot dog length nose jabbed into the monster's chest.
Wow, that's rough, buddy. Sounds like a big problem for whoever hired me.
And now we can use the fingers in his ass line.
But lucky for you, Mr. Fingers in his ass.
Now he says, like, I just saved your life. This was an assassin. And we have to clean up, we have to frame his murder now. This will work. This can work in our favor. His 20 decibel long nose. Have him call Varric Butterfingers? Yeah, I could do. This crazy son of a gun something. Or maybe we don't want to oversaturate the brackets. Just right, I'm not right in that. We need to revise the you're only just now noticing that I'm insane to be more spammy. If you have a suggestion, lay it on me. He was singing about how I'm going to massacre Asgore. Insane in the Membrane? From the fucking... that one band? I'm not so hot on that reference. Like jump up and get down. Deranged and unhinged streamer. I like the Germa reference better, honestly. I'm psycho streamer. Huh. Maybe we'll come to something good there. Just let it percolate. Deranged and unhinged. Yeah, but what exactly is the Germa ref? Like, I'm trying to think of a way that makes it like unambiguously Germa without actually mentioning Germa, because it's kind of like he's psycho streamer, deranged streamer. It's always something different though. It's not unified enough to work as a reference, maybe. Germa's the guy on the phone. Yeah. It's always psycho streamer. Well, we'll see how it looks. Let's demo that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I should reference Homestuck. Oh, I forget everything in Homestuck though. See, all that I remember from Clyde is dan 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 dan. It's just like a bunch of shit happening. Reference Tails gets trolled? Oh, well, for the disposing of the body part, we can maybe have a Tails gets trolled reference. Is there a Homestuck beats to vibe to? Oh, what an idea, Outson. Let me look that up. Let me look that up quick. What a cursed search term. Homestuck lo-fi. There's just a Homestuck chill playlist with 230 songs, so I'm guessing that's not going to be remixes. It's just going to be low energy Homestuck music. Let's see what happens. It's very low energy. What's this one? I feel like the volume might be inconsistent here because it's a playlist. I have no idea when any of these songs played, by the way. Or even if they do, like half of them might just be like remixes by the same composers that didn't get into the comic. Like, you never know. I'll leave it on for a bit. Insert Ronald's rant against Tails somewhere? Oh, Ronald McDonald. Oh, I forgot about that. Shit. Motherfucking insane is a Gamzee reference. Yeah. Have it be motherfucker, but mother is censored. I like that. Okay, that's Tails gets trolled energy. Or That's good. This crazy motherfucker. Someone wants John Egbert in the fic now. I'm not. No, we're not putting Homestuck characters in the fic. That's going too far, guys. That's too far. Germa's fine, but not Homestuck characters. That I'm Insane Clown Posse? I'll try it. No, it's as the finale. It just sort of it's very cringy energy to change that for some reason. Like it's just not vibing with me. It doesn't seem funny. I think having one line without a bracket is not the end of the world, guys. Vriska cardboard cutout when? As soon as you decide to write your own fan fiction with a Vriska cardboard cutout. For all I don't even remember. Was a Vriska cutout part of Homestuck? It could have been. Easily. It could have happened and I could have forgotten. Like 10 times over by now. Yeah, and Spamton hates clowns. Very true. Okay, how does this sound? Wow, that's rough, buddy. Sounds like a big problem for whoever hired me. But lucky for you, Mr. Fingers in his ass. This crazy boop fucker just spared your depressing unelected life. I have this mental image of like the blood being pushed away from the circle of butter because like they don't mix together, so it's actually forcing the blood out. Esgor's eye twitched.
What are you talking about?
Mentioned it's an iridescent film of butter. Okay. blood pool was parted in the center by an iridescent lake of liquid butter. Asgore's lactose intolerance, so the butter actually would kill him. That's really funny. Okay, yeah, that's going in, I think. I feel like I should leverage more Halloween hack dialogue here, because Spamton's got to be like, I've seen this guy before. Lactose intolerant. Can the blood be formed into a spiral? Why? I'll call him the Lonely Bounty Hunter. That man's a criminal! How does that quote go in Deltarune? Is there a bracket or does he just say it? He just says it. Oh, I thought it was going to play Gymnopody for a second, but it's royalty-free Gymnopodes, despite Gymnopodes also being royalty-free. Funnily enough, the hometown theme also sounds kind of like Gymnopodes in the beginning. It's clearly referencing it, at least. Suikoden 2 is a ripoff of it? I don't know what that is, but unsurprising. It's a very popular song. When was the Halloween hack? Was that 2008? I'll make it word for word? Okay. I've heard of this, a lonely bounty hunter, before. That man's a criminal. #1 rated dark web assassin, 2008. Can I reference Madoka Magica? I mean Majoka Magica. No, I've never seen that. 2008, nailed it. Yeah, boy. And now Asgore notices the butter, and he goes,
She was trying to kill me because I'm lactose intolerant.
and it all just snaps into place. A criminal, I tell you. A criminal. Okay, I'll just copy-paste that. Oops. Remember the trick. Asgore's heart quickened. He watched the pooling butter, his gaze fixed on the pooling butter. Oh no, that doesn't work. He watched transfixed as the pooling butter glistened. Glistened. Good. As the pooling butter glistened under the feeble streetlights. Why feeble? Just streetlights. There we go.
Cups of butter, he mumbled to himself.
I have some actual writing skills, and you're glad they're being put to such important use. Couldn't think of a better place to put them, yeah. Can Spamton say rights for high blood? Isn't that a Homestuck thing? Sounds like a Homestuck thing. The butter has more characterization than Varric so far. You're true. I haven't really mentioned Varric's body. What, did I mention Varric's body at the top here? I guess the scent of burning blood sort of implied that. The scene is getting really long, by the way. I pictured this being quick, but like, as soon as you introduce an actual conversation, it just like balloons. Funny how that works. Let's just be extra weird. Say his fur is beaded with sweat. However little sense that makes. He turned to face Spamton, fur now beaded with sweat.
I am severely lactose intolerant. There is no other explanation for someone to be carrying so much butter in the middle of the night. Spamton, I think you may be correct.
On a Saturday night. I don't know what day it is. No wonder Toriel makes butterscotch cinnamon pies. Does butterscotch actually contain butter? I guess it would probably contain actual butter. I'm not sure how lactose intolerance works. Does cooking it denature the butter? Because like by the time you've made butterscotch, you've like cooked the shit out of that. It's like caramelized. Even if it does really contain butter. Da, 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 ba, 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 ba. I know this one. I don't know the Homestuck leitmotifs because there's a million of them, but like I definitely recognize this one. This plays in the remixed in the Clyde song that Toby did, which they titled Opa Toby Style, despite it being untitled originally. Cool. Fermenting milk breaks down the lactose. Lactose intolerant people are able to have milk if they had lactate pills. Source lactose intolerant chat member. Ah, there we go. So without warning, Asgore could not have taken lactate pills and tanked the 5 cups of clarified butter. And Spamton's genuinely surprised. She's like, I am? Oh, yes, I am. Spamton looked very briefly confused, but Asgore didn't notice. Yeah! Of course! It would need to be a dairy allergy for it to be life-threatening, but this is funny here. Who knows, like, 5 cups of butter, that's like an entire milk jug. That would cause some damage for sure. The comedy of errors that got us here is staggering. I know, it's fun. It's just like... going from disaster to disaster. Just kind of stepping along. Yeah, I know Varric's preferred method of assassination is going inside your mind and defeating your soul or whatever in Magicant, but that's not canon. In this one, he just poisons you. That's 10 sticks of butter. But this isn't just butter, it's clarified butter. Which, now that I think about it, maybe doesn't even have lactose in it. But whatever, but they don't know that. Oh yeah, any inaccuracies can just be explained by saying monster biology, it's different. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay, we have to now move on to, like, them hiding the body. Or at least, like, dismembering the body and planting drugs on it. We need a new name for Asgore every time, of course. This ain't my... Shoutouts to the Calgary Stampede, I guess. Hi, this is the first time catching the stream live. You stream when I have uni classes. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, streaming at the same time every week has some disadvantages for sure. Does WikiHow have a tutorial on maiming bodies and planting drugs? Oh yeah, I can mention that. Yes, Spamton is open with WikiHow. Spamton probably, like, he personally knows WikiHow itself. Like, the personification of WikiHow is just like a dude Spamton knows. Oh, Mike is WikiHow. Yeah, sure. Oh, is this elevator stuck? I feel like there's a lot of... Like, every game has to have a track that sounds like this. Like, Undertale has the hotel theme. And, One Shot has that one from the elevator that sounds like that one from Off that also sounds like this. It's, like, it's everywhere. I want to call it a bossa nova, but I'm not really sure. Oh yeah, and it's the Celeste Wavedash.ppt music too, you're right. What's the Asgore name this time? We could reference the Calgary Stampede, call them Longhorns or something. Peppino Spaghetti. Spamton just calls him Peppino Spaghetti for no reason. Maybe? What about... yeah, of course. Listen up, Peppino Spaghetti. This ain't my first Calgary Stampede. This can work for us. I just need your complete and utter submission. Oh wait, is that the Ronald McDonald rant?
Crazy? Crazy, huh? Oh my, I do enjoy how you have no sense of another person's perspective, Tails. No, you see, you don't even use that prodigy mind of yours to think. Or maybe I should say that,
I don't, okay. Ronald McDonald is really going off here.
You just don't understand my fur-filled fuck. You don't understand what your words, effect your words might have on others. Not at all, not at all, not at all.
That's a pretty good rant, actually. I'm not sure we can use the whole thing. It's too much power, really, to contain within the fanfiction. How's RAM development going? It's going, very much so. I just finished a big segment working on updated enemy AI. We have a bunch of things in parallel, right? We're sort of restructuring the game's foundations to allow for a more like roguelike progression structure, so level to level. We're hashing out how the tile maps store metadata, how to handle rooms and encounters, as well as an item drop system. And then I was making AI that would handle more intelligent navigation of more complex spaces, which took a while, and that's done, but we have a more general AI system now. We're also getting some tile map art assets in from our artists. Those are trickling in now, and working on character redesigns, and simultaneously working on getting the studio incorporated. So there's a fucking lot in the fire right now. Extremely busy, and we're sort of in a somewhat chaotic state, but we're getting like closer and closer to actually being able to throw together some prototypes after all this. So there we go. Will we be updating the demo as it goes along? Probably not regularly. Like, if we put out another demo, it's going to be much further along. It's probably going to be after another devlog too. So we're not going to try to like rush development to get to a demo state, because that's sort of a different goal than actually getting it into closer to early access. Because putting out another demo would mean like focusing on different priorities, I guess, than what we actually need to. So, like, the demo's going to be when we naturally get to the point where we can have a new demo. And then once we're into, like, to a more, like, alpha state, then we can actually do regular updates, because we're not going to be, like, ripping out the foundation of the game in between devlogs. You meant for patrons? Still no, that's same question. Huh, okay. So this is the moment when Asgore becomes Heisenberg. Have I seen or played Nier Automata's runs after A? I don't know. That has a lot of hacking of robot enemies, which is similar to RAM. I mean, a lot of games do hacking of robots. It's less about the hacking, it's more just... Well, other games also do transitioning between enemies. It's really just the specific format and execution that make it unique rather than any kind of high-level descriptor. Calling it like the game with no player characters, mostly just for marketing purposes. It's like a good tagline, but it doesn't really mean anything to the identity of the game. This is cool homestick music. What's this one called? Do you remember me? God knows when this plays, but... let me just channel this for a second here. Alright, okay, I just frozed out. I fucking morbed all over the page for a second there. Sorry for the silence, but I just kinda... I couldn't stop the flow there. We have to get over these introspective moments here. They're like speed bumps to the experience. Asgore took in a deep breath. His hands were shaking, but his mind was clear. Despite the horrors of the moment and the fear of witnessing an attempt on his own life, he felt something in this moment. Oh, I don't want to repeat moment. He felt something now that had been absent from his life ever since he started this campaign. No, not just then. It had been missing for a long, long time now, since he'd been driven from his own house like unwanted baggage. He exhaled. Things were finally simple again. The task was finally clear.
Tell me what to do, he said.
This is one of the moments of all time. Hell yeah. I'm gonna say his purpose.
That's the right attitude, Fluffy Buns. You might make it in this business after all.
Yes.
That's the right attitude,
Fluffy Buns, Spamton said, pulling a plastic baggie of white powder from one distended nostril. You might make it in this business after all! Damn, this song Cornice is out, Sin. What even is it? Phantasmic Youngsters, it's called. Them youngsters. It does sound like Kickstarter music. Doesn't really fit the scene, does it? Wait, there's one called Wish You Were Here. Interesting. Oh wait, that's Hive Swap music. Damn, they really just put in Hive Swap music. Toby Fox actually worked on Hive Swap as well. Asgore and Spamton here like Anakin and Palpatine. Oh, I forgot a quotation mark, yeah. I think we cut the scene and leave the dismemberment as implicit. There's 8 hours of just Toby Fox Homestuck and Homestuck related tracks. Really, that's fucked up. 8 hours. Are you serious? Probably not actually 8 hours. Oh, hang on, I just had a thought. Missed opportunity. What color is Varric's soul? Brown? Blurple. Invalid colors. Or yellow. Yellow for justice. There it is. Make up a new color. What? Like that? No, I think yellow is the most accurate. The whole point of the Halloween hack was like justice at the expense of empathy kind of thing, or at least I think that was sort of what it was going for, so. Yellow is also the color of butter, yes. Put in a hex code. If it's yellow, Spamton will want it to be a big shot. I mean, it doesn't start off as yellow. If in Chris's case, it's red, so I don't think Spamton really much cares what color it is. Oh, he'll want it to do the big shot. Like it can shoot. I see. Some of this music's like a 3-note loop. Annoying. Give me something to work with. Okay, where from here? I haven't thought about it at all. It was like, what comes after this? We have to have, maybe the police discovering the body. Something from Toriel. Maybe Toriel's POV as, like, encountering a crime scene. Oh, Chris and Noelle have a scene. That could be pretty funny, actually. Preserve Varric in soul form? Dude, I don't give a shit about Varric. He had no personality in the Halloween hack, and I don't even know what he was like in the source material. Varric was the... Like, I was originally going to make the human assassin a random OC from a fan game that I worked on like 5 years ago. That's how little I gave a shit about who the human was. This song is awesome, by the way. I think I got this one on my personal playlist somewhere. Hype Swap OST goes pretty hard. We need Toriel. Yeah. This is Triz's theme? I don't know who that is. Probably. Noelle's venting about her horrible mother and Chris goes cringe. Yeah. What if it's like Toriel and Sans are walking along and like dragging Chris out to do something? Like if it's the weekend now. It's like, let's go shopping or something. Or let's go to the lake, and then Chris is trailing so far behind as to not be associated with them. And then he spies Noelle, and then they branch off and do their own thing. But on the way, there's also the crime scene, somehow. The music's a bit loud. It's just this one song, it'll go away. I'm not sure whether I thought that was counts as chilled out homestead music. Okay, so immediately several moving parts. We have to start with Sans and Toriel, and then transition to Chris and Noelle, and then also ultimately use them as POV characters for the investigation, where it's revealed that, or it's being put forward that it's like a gang violence related crime. Like they fished the dismembered corpse out of the lake. Where is the crime scene, though? Is it actually in front of his house, or is it, like... I think it should be by the lake, maybe. To, like, further ruin Onion-san's life. Maybe it'll also disrupt the fracking deals. It's like a Scooby-Doo episode where they're trying to create, like, the impression of local unrest or crime to dissuade a corporation from moving in and, like, capitalizing on the land or something like that. Or what if like Onion-san is just in tears because like he was trying to sleep, or I guess Onion-san doesn't have a specified. I've always thought of Onion-san as he, but their gender isn't specified. Onion-san is just sort of under the water and is like being interviewed by the police and crying because a bunch of like human limbs started falling down in the middle of the night, covered in chicken wire or something. I think that could work, actually. There's a fracking rig in the distance. How is fracking even performed? I honestly have no idea. What does seabed fracking look like? Or maybe it's Sans and Toriel are going somewhere else. Would they be going to church, maybe? Would Chris ditch church with Noelle? Or wait, no, Chris and Noelle didn't hang out before the game anyway. Like, they never really spoke to each other. Would Sans go to church? I don't know. If Toriel was going to church, then Sans would go with her, and Chris would totally ditch church. And maybe Chris and Noelle wouldn't normally speak, but they're both just particularly distraught at that moment about their parents, and so they sort of go off together. Wait, but Holiday wouldn't be at church because would be at the crime scene. Huh, this is a bit confusing. Maybe it's not church, it's somewhere. They're just going on a walk somewhere else. Toriel at Sans' shop buying opium. I like the Sans being an opium dealer idea, like, less and less with every passing day here. I don't think there's room for that. Noelle ditching church is an act of defiance against her mom for forgetting her name. Yeah. They're on their way to church but get distracted by the crime scene. Right, so the whole town is actually gathered around the crime scene and no one's at church, but they don't realize that yet. Alright, Sans and Toriel then. What the fuck are they talking about? I don't know what Sans and Toriel talk about besides shitty jokes. Talking about opium. Oh yeah, I guess we haven't really had Toriel talk to Sans about the election yet. That's an unexplored facet of all of this. Oh yeah, Toriel's trying to give Sans advice. Make more puns. Because she thinks his puns are really funny. Oh yeah! There it is. They discuss some weirdo who bought 10 pounds of butter at Sans' shop in the middle of the night. I think that's the hook. I think that's it. This is real Sans, not the cutout. They're talking about whether you can throw away batteries. I like that too. Okay. It's like some Seinfeld dialogue. Okay. So, how to set the scene here? Toriel would be wearing her best muumuu to church, doubtless. I'm just trying to think of like an amusing image to like lead into the scene here, like an establishing shot. I don't know how much that how much interest there is to wring out of Sans and Toriel walking down the street though. Do you think Sans is like dressed up slightly fancier for church? Like did Toriel make him put something else on? Like, would it just be a hoodie with one of those clip-on ties on the front? Yes, a clip-on tie. And black slippers. I think I've described Sans as waddling too many times already. Or maybe he has to walk really fast because Toriel's so tall. Maybe that's it. He mentions that he combed his hair. Shuffling would be good, but like, I think he's almost running to keep up with Toriel here. Oh, he's sliding. I like, yeah, he's... There you go, the correct term is interpolated for that kind of motion. He's wearing Heelys. Oh, beautiful. What is Heelys? Is that the brand name? Heelys? It's like Band-Aids, yeah. A skeleton in black slippers and a clip-on tie interpolated down the sidewalk. Luckily, his dress slippers were Heelys, or else he'd already have worked up a sweat keeping pace with Toriel's lengthy strides. Something about she really didn't like being late to church. Toriel looks at him and he can't pass to her at sufficient speed, but whenever she looks away, he teleports behind her. Unfortunately, Chris is actually walking behind them both, so he can't teleport. Oh, they're Heelys? Oh, even Google knows that it's Heelys. Something about not being late to church. Isn't there a song about that? Modern love gets me to church on time or something? Sen says AAA Pathfinder. You mean A-star? I think you're meaning A-star. Chris and Noelle find the body? I don't think we want to saddle them with that. Chris is gonna have enough reason to be upset when the whole town gets radicalized into an anti-human mob. Oh, someone shouted out the hoodie with the word suit written on it in red marker. Yeah. Let's see. Where would that fit in? I'm not sure if it fits in, but I'll keep it in mind. With Toriel's, by the way. Okay. I want some snide remark from Sans, like, mentally about getting to church, but I can't think of anything amusing. I'm just gonna leave that blank for now. I don't want to get stuck on that. So, do we start with batteries and go into the butter, or do we start with the butter then go into talking about batteries? Oh yeah, we can mention when you go to Chris POV that Sans has the word suit written on the back of his hoodie, yeah. A paragraph of exposition about the angel that is never relevant. If I'm not sure what that would look like. It's funny in theory, but like how do we generate that exposition? Oh, do I hear Showtime? It's like a weird Showtime maybe. Oh.
Hey Tori,
Sans asked. Oh no, she wouldn't look back. What is it? Oh, it's the, this shows up in the Clyde song. I'm not sure what theme it is, though. It's quite nice. Bum, 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 bum. Butter is Chat's new waifu. Like, there's no joke here. They're just talking about batteries. Well,
remind me, can you throw out batteries?
well, as long as they fit into the garbage can, she chuckled.
No, seriously.
Oriel doesn't know you have to dispose of batteries separately. She's like really upset to learn that. She gets really worried. Oh, she says, I think what you mean is, may you throw out batteries, Sans? No, not that quote. Oh, there it goes. Wait, she quotes it in Comic Sans. Back to Garmund. I think what you meant to ask, Sans, Toriel said, is may you throw out batteries? And then she gets, like, worried for a second. It's like, she thinks about it harder and she doesn't actually know the answer. She's just been thinking about the grammar this whole time. Sans? She asked quite suddenly, voice subtly higher. Do you mean to say that throwing out batteries is dangerous?
Well, I don't know, Tori, I was asking you.
Wait, didn't I have a Comic Sans quote? Oh, there's one. It's actually been 3 hours. Yeah. Great progress. This scene's going to go on for like 10 pages at this rate, just Toriel and Sans talking about nothing. And then they find the crime scene. This is what gives the pacing, though. You have to get into some meaty dialogue here and then. Otherwise, it's just like plot event, plot event, plot event. You have to dispose of them separately, says Chet. But Toriel legitimately didn't know that. She just put them all in the trash. And now she thinks that she's like poisoned wildlife or something. The battery lore is very important. Chekhov's gun for Spamton's future death scene. Could be. Oh, I think this is Doctor. The OG. No, apparently it's called Green Ghost. It just happens to sound exactly like Doctor. So who knows? Dr. W.D. Gasser reference. Honestly, it might be. Actually, there's some similarity between this and Alphys' theme. And she is a doctor, so I don't know. Like da 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 da. That part where it goes into like 5/4, that has a similar rhythm to this. Oh, they changed the rhythm on me. Never mind. They're just going nuts.
Sans, I am serious. I did not realize that throwing out batteries could be hazardous. I have put them in the trash for years. I had no idea.
The most underrated time signature? I'm not sure about that. It's one of the most underused time signatures. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 3 4 5 6 7 8 1. The part ended before I could count it out. That may have been 5-4, but it might not have been. Alphys' theme is 5-4 though. Maybe this just trails off into the ether. This is actually the perfect conversation to showcase why Chris has no interest in following any closer. It's the most boring-ass adult conversation imaginable. This is actually perfect. We don't even need the butter. We can save that for later.
Look, there's no need to panic. I was just...
Get back to Garamond. Chris did something. Several yards... Oh, not bend, behind. Several yards behind them, following at a distance such that no one could tell they were associated. Chris... Chris does something. They're looking for a way out of church. For getaway opportunities. For escape routes, there it is. Such that no one could tell. Is that not what I said? Is that not what I said? No one could tell. Looks fine, yeah. Uh... What, you think I've said that same frickin' phase? Let me try again. I've said that same phrase in the fic before. Well, it's just a Deltarune quote. Try that. Nope. That is the only time. You were just remembering Deltarune, my friend. Is this still the Ronald McDonald rant?
Oh, the Chosen One must have seen it coming, did he not? A moment where you were completely helpless, yes. An underdog slain before his precious spotlight of being the world's perfect little hero. Ah, yes, I can see it now. You being expected for so much. I can see all the disappointed faces and tears from the hopes that have been crushed before their very eyes' tails. Yes, I can see it all. Would it be a shame if that fate was shortened? Yeah? They can't fucking worship you if you're dead, Tails. Oh, you know what? I will kill you right now.
Sounds in character. Go read Tails gets trolled, everyone. What if Chris has a specific comment about, like, the type of juice they have stocked in church was particularly awful these days, so they're not interested? What's the worst kind of juice? The kind of juice that I always hated as a kid in, like, juice boxes was the, like, the fruit mix that had the carrot juice in it. That shit, like, as soon as they put the carrot juice in, it just made me want to vomit immediately. It was some shit like Sunripe Fruit Medley. I enjoy grapefruit juice, actually.
The juice tastes bland now they don't put opium in them anymore.
Yeah, Christmas is the old days when they had the opium juice. V8? I also like V8s, though. Carrot peach. That sounds awful, yeah. Is that how you spell his name, or does it have like a Y? Or I think it's an I. Stucking. Is it Sunripe or... what is it referred to? What would you call it? Alcohol-free communion liquid? For the children's communion, there we go. Not cauldrons. How do they spell it that wrong? You had to use grape juice, but like, maybe they were out or something. It's an option in some churches for adults too. In case you're Muslim and can't drink. Oh wait. Why are people so big on orange juice? Fago? That's at the Church of Miracles, brother. It's literally Jesus juice. I don't think so. Several yards behind them, following at a distance such that no one could tell they were associated, Chris surveyed the scenery for escape routes. Church hadn't been the same since Alvin had started stocking Sunripe Peach Carrot medley for the children's communion. They glanced briefly at the backs of the two figures ahead, just long enough to see the word suit scrawled on the back of Sans' hoodie in red marker. Oh wait, Comic Sans. And juice aside, they couldn't put up with these too much longer. So we need to get to the lake. I wrote the word. Oh, it's word. There we go. No, I've not heard of Project Sanguine. Oh, I'm typing stuff wrong? Yes, I am. Okay, don't start a sentence with and, that looks bad usually. No, actually the and is right there. What escape routes does Chris spy? Oh, I guess the commotion by the lake. As the group rounded the bend onto the town's main drag. I guess it can't be the main drag if, well, it is like there's only one road that runs all the way through town, which is the vertical one, so I guess it would be the main drag. Do I have a Tumblr? Nope. Or, theoretically, I made an account to DM this one person back in, like, 2016, but, I don't have a blog at all, no. I never have. I don't really have any social medias besides YouTube. And of course the Discord server, which exists because of YouTube, so I'm just not naturally on those things. They'd be able to see the river by the time they turned onto the street with Caddy's house. Yes, that's what I'm picturing exactly. Their pulse quickened. Salvation? Wait, how much does clarified butter cost? Let me check. $12 for 400 grams. Convert to American, probably around $10 per 400 grams. Calculator. 500 grams is 2 cups. Okay. So we have 5 cups is 2,000 milliliters divided by 400. $50. Okay. They raised their hand to their ear. Sans was now engrossed in a rambling account of a man who'd wandered into his store in the middle of the night to buy $50 worth of clarified butter. Toriel was laughing like a chimpanzee. This was their chance. Account of a man who'd wandered... Yes, okay. Sans met Varric, of course. What is an exotic butter? I've never heard of such a thing. Careful not to audibly change their gait, they deviated off course and began walking toward the distant crowd. Sans and Toriel's laughter faded behind them. Perfect. Okay. How much stuff has happened so far? Well, we had a whole scene where Asgore and Spamton had to deal with the aftermath of Varric's death. We finished the original scene with Halloween and Nerdly. And now we're into the following day when Chris and Noelle are going to meet up by the lakeside. Well, and Asgore's going to, like, deliver his spiel, or at least Undyne is, about... Undyne is going to deliver the spiel that Asgore told her to deliver, which is that they found a dismembered corpse in the lake with traces of opiates on his body, and they believe the death to be related to gang-related violence. It was very, very interesting. Actually, we're going for a while. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break here. Just have a snack. Then maybe read a recap when I get back for anyone who's trickled in since we started. And then continue on with the scene here. But I'll just be gone for a few minutes, and I'll see you then. Here we are. I'm back, chat. Hello. I just had to eat a bowl of cereal really quick. Someone called the stream impending screen a baby sensory video. Cool, thanks for that. People do watch Mendelbrot zooms for like some sort of ASMR thing, I think. That's what the footage on that is. It's just it fades in, but that's just a Mendelbrot zoom that I stole from someone's channel on YouTube. What was the cereal? It was like Kellogg's Vector or some bullshit like that. Fancy Rice Krispies. Yeah, we gotta write the crime scene now. So, what's the scene look like here? We have Napstablook interviewing Onion-san, who's in one of those trauma blankets. Despite presumably being in the water and not really needing a blanket, maybe the blanket's just sort of floating on top of the water. Undyne is giving a press statement. And Asgore's just sort of in the crowd, along with, of course, Halloween to do, like, damage control. Showtime motif, though. It's kind of interesting how the Homestuck soundtrack, there's like 4,000 million musicians. 4,000, yeah, that's a cool number, Andrew. There's several musicians that worked on it, like many, so the only real cohesion that it has is through leitmotifs. Because every song is in a completely unrelated style, but as long as they're using the same set of motifs, then it sort of sounds like maybe a soundtrack. Anyway, enough. Sorry about the tangent onto Homestuck music there. I've got motifs on the brain. That's my next video, you know, is talking about... theoretically talking about Gaster's motif in Deltarune, but really it's just an excuse for me to rant about, like, Wagner and motivic development and Beethoven and stuff. I'm deep into writing the script for that now. I've spent the last few days doing that. Anyone who's in the patron chat in the Discord will know that I've just decided to recreate the Giant Dad bit to explain Richard Wagner, so... the creative juices are flowing. I've got Ludwig II's thigh highs on my mind. Yeah, he did rock them thigh highs. Okay. Is Undyne speaking to a megaphone? No, Gaster's not dead, chat. Gaster had an injury and then, you know, just sort of faded from reality as he does. Perhaps even periodically. Quite interesting music here. As the lakeside drew... I'm gonna say, for some reason, closer sounds better. As the lakeside drew closer, they could make out the sound of Undyne's megaphone-amplified voice booming through the trees. Oh, here's the main theme, theoretically, of Homestuck, I think. Which you rarely hear, and mostly you just think of it being suburban jungle, but oh well. Half the town's population was packed into a murmuring circle around a ring of police tape, including Father Alban. Including Father Alvin, who was very much not preparing to deliver that morning's sermon. Capitalized Father? Uh-huh. So Sans and Toriel are just going to arrive to the church and it's going to be deserted. They're going to be the only ones who showed up because they were so distracted on their battery anecdote. Maybe they show up to church and it's just, it's Gaster again, who's just, like, taking over the venue and is rapping. Wait, swap those. On the shore to the side. Is Napstablook a constable? Somehow that rings a bell. Is that ever used? Oh, Gaster's not rapping, it's just a regular sermon. Yeah, Gaster's Christian in this canon. Like, not even... To be clear, like, the church is to the angel. Gaster does not follow that religion. He is literally Christian, but he has just taken over the venue. Like, he's talking about Jesus. Whose trauma blanket kept being tugged from their shoulders by the lapping water. At the center of the scene was Undine, standing over an ominous-looking gray bag. The music stopped. Where'd the music go? We got even more Homestuck. Okay. Let's see. As the lakeside drew closer, they could make out the sound of Undine's megaphone amplified voice booming through the trees. Their eyes soon met the scene of chaos. Half the town's population was packed into a murmuring circle around a ring of police tape, including Father Albin, who was very much not prepared to deliver the morning sermon. On the shore to the side of the crowd, Constable Napstablook was jotting down notes from a sobbing onion son, whose trauma blanket kept being tugged from their shoulders by the lapping water. At the center of the scene was Undine, standing in front of an ominous black bag that slumped against the sandy ground. I'm gonna say amorphously. That slumped amorphously against the sandy ground. There we go. She was delivering some sort of address to the townsfolk through a highly redundant megaphone. Asgore will take the stage later to make election propaganda, of course. And I guess, like, they sort of just body block Holiday, because Asgore's the one who's actually got the anti-opium platform, so this plays into his agenda, but Holiday can't really capitalize on this. Okay, the report is... we found dismembered human body parts. I don't know how police reports are actually phrased. I'm just gonna muddle through this. Should I go caps lock?
The police were alerted to the sudden appearance of dismembered human limbs in the lake at 3:45 a.m.
Weighted with something. You want the Chris vomiting on the hospital arc? Chris runs across the whole town to vomit on the hospital. It's kind of funny. Yes, please. Why Chris though? That was Birdley's thing. Maybe, okay, Nerdly can do it, yeah. Something about the butter, yeah. And coated with a thick layer of butter, not think. Preliminary efforts indicate that the limbs correspond to the body of a single human male between the ages of 20 and 30. No, let's make it 40. He's an old fuck. This sounds like I'm saying that, like, Varek didn't have a girlfriend. What I mean is that it's just one body. Now maybe Asgore chimes in and asks if there was, if the death was likely drugs related. Already knowing the answer. Chris, hearing this, ran to the hospital and kicked the first person they saw, who happened to be Nerdly, then vomited on the hospital wall. I'm not feeling, why would Chris do that? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, it's funny, but it would have to be, like, someone else. A single, lonely, depressed, alcoholic human male. Was it Mr. Plinkett? Let's say investigation. Oops. Investigation. Chad is arguing about whether Chris should be on board with the anti-human campaign or not. Oh wait, the rim... Did I say wrapped and weighted with chicken? Oh, I did. Wait, how did they do that? There we go. Oopsie doopsie. And Chris helps Asgard. That would be kind of funny. Yes, fine. I'll call it nerdly vomiting on the hospital wall. That it seems like between 30 and 40 years of age. I guess they usually specify race too. As opposed to like Chris, who is just yellow, a racial human, perfectly generic human. Varric was specifically like very white. A Latino beauty? Just randomly make Varric Latino for no reason. Chris just has jaundice. No, Chris's skin is clearly that color because they're actually an undead mummified corpse that's been buried for 100 years. That's how your skin turns that color. Before the echoes had even faded, a hand was thrust from the crowd. A hand thrust skyward from the crowd. Here's Asgore. He's got to lead it toward the drug discussion. I could reasonably fit a hell of a boss reference into this scene. I don't watch that show, so I can't. I know it has that one gangly owl creature that all the furries like. I don't know anything else about it. Stole us, apparently. Yes, that guy. You could difficultly fit an Omori reference into this scene. What, Basil's just drowning in the background? Just splashing wildly. Probably not. I could not possibly fit a Yumi Nikki reference into the scene. Watch me. Suddenly, Sakam Masada descended from the sky on a UFO tractor beam. He played a sick organ solo, impressing no one, before slinking back into the UFO in embarrassment and leaving. I could do that. Hollow Knight reference. Chris took a step backward, crunching through a dead log and revealing an intense class struggle between the bugs of a long-dead kingdom and the infectious presence of a dead god or something. There's not really a class struggle in Hollow Knight. That's like the one thing there isn't in Hollow Knight. You can't fit a Deltarune reference into this one scene. Shit. Yeah, you got me there. Mr. Mushroom's here, yeah. I've used Murmuring already.
Police Chief Undyne, Asgore's voice boomed over the crowd's din. What is the likelihood of this heinous murder being the work of
Drug-related, that's what I meant to say.
What is the likelihood of this heinous killing being drug-related?
Algae Satchel, I don't know what that is. I can't reference it if I don't know what that is. 1,000,000%! That's so fucking funny. Maybe Nabstablik tries to answer. No, Nabstablik wouldn't even try to answer. Why do we have Gregorian chant? Oh, is this Zillyhoo? I forgot they just had a random plain chant song in the middle of Homestuck. Shout out to Pope Gregory the some such for reinventing music to sound like this in the Middle Ages. It's a real thing that happened. Church was like, music is too weird. People are having too much fun playing music. Hire that guy Palestrina to make it all as boring as possible for the next 300 years. And then they did that. Or, I'm not sure Palestrina invented plain chant. He was definitely responsible for the Renaissance sort of evolution of plain chant into Christian choral music, but anyway, we don't need to get into that. This shit bangs, though. Yeah, try listening to, like, nothing but that for, like, an entire lifetime in a monastery. It would get old eventually. You'd want some beats.
Mr. Dreamer, Undyne replied, you know as well as I do that it's too early in the investigation to responsibly make that call. But just between you and me, I'd say 1,000,000%.
The crowd erupted in nervous chatter. Oh wait, we should point out here that traces of opium were on the body. Musicologist here. Plain chant was around for 1,000 years before oh, I got it wrong. Yeah, it was Pope Gregory some such who unified it to plain chant, and then Palestrina was the Renaissance guy. Yeah. Oh no, wait. Did plain chants? It started off, and then they got weird. I'm trying to remember this from like music history, right? Because they got into like making motets and shit, like just the most batshit music you've ever heard before. But let me look up a motet. Like those things were weird as fuck. Oh, Guillaume de Machaut, my favorite guy. How's this sound? Like, what even are those harmonies? What's going on here? Is that a parallel fifth? Like, what are you doing, dude? That's an affront to Christendom. Get Palestrina in here to fix that shit up. Motets originated in the 14th century and took on several iterations. Well, 14th century is still pre-Renaissance, right? So that checks out. Oh, was Guillaume de Machaut in a relationship with a 17-year-old at age 80? That's kind of, I mean, in medieval times, that's just impressive. I don't think anyone was considering, you know, like ethics back then, but, you know, 80 years old, holy shit. The stream is now demonetized. It's hella weird that organ is older than piano. Kinda, except you got to think of piano as a fairly modern instrument, right? There was been keyboards that go way back, but it was organs and then harpsichords and then pianos. Actually, I don't know if harpsichords predate organs or not. I don't really know. Anyway, we were playing Homestuck music. Is this Nepeta music? I didn't realize that Nepeta had a theme song. Organs are older. There we go. Organs predate music. Well, yeah, like kidneys and stuff. Nepeta's original theme was the Mario Paint one? I have no idea. You asking me like I remember this? Okay, the crowd erupts in nervous chatter. We should get some, like, mention of Mayor Holiday here. Maybe she just, like, scowls comically, then turns her back to the crowd. She just, like, clenches her fist. Wait, maybe, What if, like, still from Chris's POV, they see Mayor Holiday and Noelle have some interaction that visibly pisses off Noelle to the extent that she comes over to where they're standing. and then, like, and that's how they have a scene together. She has a fist, maybe at least one. Maybe she clenches a hoof. Like, just leave people imagining how a hoof can be clenched. Oops, caps lock. The crowd. Okay, at the far edge of the commotion, Chris could make out Mayor Holiday clenching a hoof before turning and receding into the crowd. So to get nerdly vomiting on the hospital, we'd need to go into his POV because Chris wouldn't be able to see that. So we'd have to switch to Nerdly's POV. Just completely derail the scene as Nerdly runs to the hospital and vomits on the wall, then snap back to Chris like a jump cut. Which, maybe we can do that. What if it's like Nerdly vomits on Noelle somehow, and that's what pisses her off? We have to have, like, Noelle be aggravated in a way that does not require audible dialogue. It's just like Chris can just visibly see this transpire. Hey, Lois, this is worse than the time I vomited on the hospital wall. The Peter Griffin impression remains shitty, but I still try it every time for some reason. At least one person in chat thinks that Nerdly should vomit on Noel. Oh yeah, Nerdly's not vomiting because of the body, it's just because he's so stressed about them losing votes, yeah. Andrew rolls the worst Peter Griffin impression of all time. Asked to leave the Undertale community. My parents were mildly impressed. I did an off-the-cuff impression of Buck Martinez, the Toronto Blue Jays announcer, this morning when they were watching the game, and they seemed to think that was okay. So I'd say that makes up for the failed Peter Griffin one retroactively. Outson also likes vomiting on Noel, that's cool. To their side, that one guy who looked like Red Birdley. That one guy who looked like Red Birdley struggled to type into his neck-mounted laptop through a bout of intensifying sobs. Say a fit. After being reduced to limply bashing the keyboard with his fists, he suddenly doubled over and vomited on the nearest monster. Vomited on, let's say, some unseen monster. On a nearby monster obscured by the crowd. This is good. Well, Chris would recognize Noelle, so she has to be obscured, and then just like 10 seconds later, Noelle walks by carrying her vomit-covered sweater in one hand and like visibly crying. Oh, it's like her Christmas sweater. We are so mean to Noelle. Well, yeah, we're exaggerating the how unbearable her home life would be under these circumstances. Sorry, I thought you were a hospital wall for a second. Common problem. Sucks to be them, Chris thought. Why are there lyrics in my Homestuck? Wait, is this when, like, John recreates some cheesy 80s movie that's probably what's happening right now. The lyrics are going to distract me, though, so we're skipping that. This playlist, by the way, is on track 48 of 230. This is going to go on for hours. Oh yeah, he also has Birdley dating Susie, so Noelle's really suffering. Yeah, there's not really much hope for Noelle currently. Longer than Everywhere at the End of Time? I don't know, like, the entire Homestuck soundtrack definitely is. That's like a massive collaboration. Play The Baby Is You. Not right now. That with the sight, not the sign. Kind of redundant to say one of her hands, just from her hand. Actually, no, that's its own sentence. Move, obviously. There we go. We rebuilt the sentence. About 15 seconds later, Chris felt a presence behind them. They turned and were met with the sight of Noelle Holiday, eyes visibly damp. A vomit-covered Christmas sweater dangled limply from her hand. There we go. Why is Birdley mentioned? We agreed that Birdley doesn't exist. Who is we? You seem to think that things have happened quite a lot that don't. Like, you can't just decide that Birdley isn't mentioned and, like... I wasn't aware of that. Was anyone else aware of that? No, I was under the assumption that Birdley, we were following Umris canon, and Birdley, whenever not on screen, is presumably making out with Susie in a closet somewhere. That's actually the canon. Yeah, Noelle's not, like, unknowable like Halloween is. She just looks like Noelle. We just, you know, it's canon compliant, because we haven't seen Halloween on screen ever, so she can look like whatever I want. Chris nodded. Chris nodded tacitly. So to reestablish this, Chris and Noelle at this point in time don't regularly talk to each other, but out of sheer desperation, there's no one else around for Noelle to turn to at this point, least of all her mother, so she just kind of drifted over to Chris and is just gonna stand there. I'm sure you've been in situations like that. Just like choose the most familiar face and just kind of gravitate toward that. Yeah, they should bond over their shitty parents. You're damn right. Noelle said nothing, but seemed content to simply stand there for the time being. This is building to their Umris marriage. Yes, this is now a ship fic. So eventually they have to drift away. Maybe Chris even says something that isn't cringe. Like, Chris actually has to, like, take initiative here, because Noelle is so out of it. If this is a ship fic, then who is the captain? Whoever is piloting the fracking rig offshore. Unbased. Yes, Outson, I do read your messages out loud. It's because I recognize you and go, ah, Outson. It's brand recognition. That guy sucks, basically. Fine, I'll spell it the non-Lovecraftian way, Google. Who's a random monster that we can reference occasionally tripping over? Nerdly here. Monster Kid. Rudy is in the hospital. Okay, Monster Kid. I'm gonna go with... I've seen a few fixers resort to calling them MK because Monster Kid is such a terrible name. It's really not a name at all. Like, you can't possibly make that canon. It's just horrible to look at. Yeah, Monster Kid does canonically trip. And actually, Jerry, just to avoid the Monster Kid naming issue, I'm gonna make it Jerry. Was Des even killed? It was kind of kicked around, the idea that Des also dies in the car crash with Varric, but like, that would have been inconsequential anyway, and that scene ended up being pretty involved. Like, there was a lot of moving parts, a lot of details, so cramming Des in there would have been difficult. What about Terry? Well, we've already mentioned Terry. He's already had a role. I just want like a random throwaway monster. Asuka, Monstrous Kid name came from, this is a theory in chat, that Asgore was their godfather and was tasked with naming them, so the name he came up with was, of course, Monster Kid.
That guy sucks. That guy sucks.
Eventually, Chris ventured a jab of the thumb toward Nerdly, who is now curled in the fetal position and occasionally being tripped over by Jerry.
That guy sucks.
They said.
Unbased.
No, I think it's a good contrast to show that, like, Chris just replies with one-word responses of cringe to, like, the annoying adults that they don't really want anything to do with. And then when it's someone their own age, it's more like actual communication can take place. Huh. Noelle could ask Jerry or Nerdly. Oh, that's pretty funny, actually. We're accidentally writing some genuine dialogue here. This is kind of a scary prospect. Chris says,
Yes.
yeah, this is about right.
Yes.
Then they should sort of wordlessly walk off, I think. Here's Outsin's thoughts on including a moment of character building for Nerdly to indicate he's a political junkie by offhandedly mentioning he listens to pre-2016 The Weeds as a comfort podcast. That's incredibly specific, and I would love to put that in. We just have to wait for another opportunity to get like Nerdly POV or even Nerdly in the scene. Nerdly is Chant's favorite character. I'm realizing that Nerdly is basically just, I'm picturing him as the crying soy jack in my head. Like, that's basically his whole character at this point. It's just a crying soy jack who browses slash Paul or something. Without either of the pair explicitly deciding to move. They mutually began to drift out of the crime scene's orbit. Oh, this is like, what is it, Sundowner? It's the one that, God, there's so many remixes of the same songs in Homestuck. I thought Undertale was bad. This is nuts. I've never like really listened to the Homestuck soundtrack just by itself like this. You just heard the same song remixed 100 different times. Because this plays during Jade Enter. Nerdly is an avid member of Wall Street Bets and yet never engages in monetary exchanges because he's broke. That's honestly the best way to be a part of Wall Street Bets. Oh, you tried to put a PogChamp in chat, but you're on YouTube. That's so sad. Okay. And they began to drift out of the crime scene's orbit and pace through the deserted hometown streets. So what do they actually talk about here? They give their opinions on their on the body and their parents' campaigns. I'm not sure we can afford to actually get into their reactions to the body. This is what I mean about, again, the Homestuck school of writing, where you need to make more stuff happen than you can reasonably get characters to react to, so you just sort of skip over the reactions to things that aren't convenient for the sake of keeping stuff moving. So I think we need them to talk about their parents' campaigns, but actually having them comment on the body is would derail things. Just add more vomiting. Oh yeah, now we can reference, yeah, but Birdley and Susie are in the diner audibly. Yeah, that's definitely got to go into this scene. This is the perfect time for that. What is this, the Hunter x Hunter soundtrack? Okay, so... How does this, this is a difficult conversation to start, because neither of them are talkative at this point.
That body is not Pogger's.
I don't think it's a hurdy-gurdy, I think it's just a violin being played, harmonically, whatever the, you know, double stopping or whatever. Yeah, what if it's just like, you think your dad's gonna win, or something like that? That's kind of a modest way to start things. Chris's voice is like that because it goes back to the Umra streams, which is I think the first time I ever had to do a voice for Chris, and in that canon they're explicitly male, and or maybe it was even before that, where like maybe Shadow of Rosaray did that one shitpost, and I just had to think of a Chris voice on the spot, then went with the Batter voice that I'd been doing for Off for no particular reason, just because of the, you know, protagonist connection, and it kind of stuck. So it's originally sort of an impression of Sylvester Stallone mixed with the guy from A Town with No Name. That's the story. No, oh, the shitpost was after Umers. Yeah, so okay. It probably then came from the idea that, like, of I guess making fun of the explicitly male Chris in that fic, despite making it the most absurdly testosterone-fueled voice possible. Which, you know, the Batter works well for that. It's hard to remember exactly what the motivation was at the time, but it was probably something like that.
Plus the Batter voice is just fun.
Correct, Outson. Okay, how to... We need one more line of description, then they start talking, but okay. Maybe this is where the Umris reference comes in. It doesn't make any sense that this would be occurring on Sunday morning during church time, but whatever, who cares? There we go. While passing by QC's diner, they could faintly make out a nasally voice from inside ranting about the founding fathers, but it was too muffled to be sure. Yeah, neither Birdley or Susie would be going to church, but... when did that scene take place in Numerous? Wasn't it like after it was like after school, right? They'd had their weirdo, like, emotional abuse and homework and chill session, and then they went to the diner afterward. Or no, it was Birdley goes to meet Susie's mom, and then Susie's mom was like,
Birdley, marry my daughter. She's got no prospects. She needs a man.
And then gives him $5 to go have lunch at the diner. That's what happened. But whatever. That could have been the weekend. Yeah, Birdley's study meetings start at 6 in the morning. That's when he wakes up. So that's when Susie comes over. Umris is kind of unhinged. Kind of. A little bit. Maybe he does the same rant every time they go on a date. That's even funnier. Like, this is the one topic he keeps getting drawn back into. When is church usually? I forget. It's been a long time since I've been to a church. It was fairly early in the morning. Like maybe 9 or 10 o'clock, I think. It's hard to tell though, because I was a kid and you get up really early as a kid, so I don't know how early it really was. If Umris is canon, does that mean Crizel marriage will happen? Well, maybe at some point, not during the fic, though. All I can think of while asking is, like, do you think your dad can win? And terrifyingly, that's an ambiguous question. Maybe that is the right way to start. I just realized that's not... There's two different dads running in the election. Okay, yeah, your real one. Wait, that's still a bad question because Chris is adopted. No! Noelle, you're making it worse. I didn't realize how how painful this would be. Maybe that third layer is such a deep cut that not even Chris acknowledges it. It's just like whatever. I don't think Chris's biological dad is even remotely in the picture here. She's not going to clarify again. It would be kind of funny if she clarified again, though. Wait a minute. Let's do the Chainsaw Man gag.
Hell no. Hell yes.
If you know, you know. There's Vivat Veritas. Oh fuck, we live. I liked the video, by the way, Veritas. I enjoyed that one. There's always a lot to think about after seeing your video. It's like, oh yeah, themes and shit. What does Toby mean, though? What does Toby mean by all this? Quick recommendation for chat to go watch Vivat Veritas's new video. No, I think Chris should just not be bothered, even. I think Chris is just sort of like, he's over it at this point. Or not he. Shit, sorry. Yeah, Chris responds, I hope not. Yeah, well, the thing is, Chris... We were thinking that Chris may want to help Asgore to get back at Sans.
Think I care?
Oh, Chris goes,
You think your mom's gonna win?
yeah, I liked inverting the question into, like, think your mom's gonna lose. See, the thing is now Chris has given a meaningless answer. Where do we go from there? What was the implication behind that? Worried your mom's gonna lose? Maybe. I think that actually progresses the conversation a bit, if nothing else. No, not really. Actually, it might be kind of nice. Chris trying to dodge the question. Yeah, but Chris dodging the question is gonna extend the conversation even more. We have to keep things a bit snappy here. This is supposed to be a shitpost. Supposed to be a shitpost. Of course, we take it very seriously. Oh yeah, there is no good candidate given all the corruption Noel's witnessed. Actually, Sans is the only good candidate in terms of not being corrupt. Noelle is Shinji Ikari in the first part of Ava. Maybe. I guess, kind of. Mayor Holiday is Gendo? I guess I could see that. Oh yeah, we can use this the dog. I like that. What is the dog doing? What the dog doing, chat? Cut off my Homestuck music. Come back. This is something, all right. Oh, it's doing a kickflip. On the far side of the road, a small white dog captured both of their attention for a few moments. How do you write that? Captured both, you can't say both of their attentions. You can't pluralize attention, but it feels like it should be pluralized. Captured both of their attention. Surely it's not attentions. Oh god, I don't know. Yeah, remove both of, there we go. Remove preposition. You know, Chris, seeing how everyone's acted the last few days... It makes me think sometimes it would be better off if that little dog was the mayor. Let's rephrase that. Epic Undertale reference. This Homestuck music sounds like an early 2000s tycoon game. You never know what you're gonna get from the Homestuck grab bag. Again, 4 million people contributed to the soundtrack. I don't really think they had like a filter either. I'm pretty sure they just took like whatever music people threw at them, as long as it was listenable. At least then everyone wouldn't have to fight about it. Chris says,
Okay, bet.
and the dog becomes the fourth party. Hell yeah.
I think that dogs should vote.
Sans is already basically the dog candidate, though. Like, we don't need another meme candidate. It's already just Sans. No, they can't team up to support Sans. Because... Oh, maybe they do support Sans. That would be quite a twist. Is that Chris's inherent dislike of Sans being their dad is overcome by their disgust at Asgore's grasping for power and misguided altruism. That would be powerful. What a powerful message. Sans would want a new meme candidate who could overtake him because the joke is newer. We could get into Chris's ideas and desires for the outcome, like why they want what they want. Maybe they want to support Sans because being a mayor would make them less available to Dad. Yeah, that's kind of the reason that Noelle wants Mayor Holiday to lose the position too, is because she would finally be home more than like 2 hours a day and would remember her name maybe. Yeah, it's sort of like they both stand to benefit by making Sans win. That's quite a thought. Like, because making Sans win is the only way to make sure that neither of their parents win. Outson likes Chris and Sans' bonding angle. The dad who stepped up, true. Sans is gainfully employed, we can say that much. Since Sans being so busy as mayor that he can't fuck Chris's mom. Also true, yeah, very true. Sans would actually suck as mayor, of course, but these are literal teenagers who don't give a shit about that. They don't know about fracking. They don't care about tax policy. They just want, you know, Sans to not fuck Toriel, maybe. I never said that Noelle was speaking here. There we go. They're the Ernie poisoned youth. They're in Sans' demographic. Maybe Chris is like...
Hey, I know a guy like that.
Like, Sans is the closest person in town to the literal dog. Chris looked thoughtful for a second, their gaze lingering on the dog. The dog. We need some other inane action for the dog to do. I'm picturing it like hanging from a set of monkey bars by its teeth or something. Oh, it's doing donuts in its Toys R Us car. There we go. Here's the question. Do I spell donuts the short way or the cool way? And the answer is obvious. How do you spell that? Is it CH or... What the fuck is a... What are they called? Like, Big Wheel comes to mind, but that's not what it is, right? Donuts is the 1950s lawnmower dad way of spelling it. It's more fun, though. It's an American thing to make spelling simple. Oh, a tough trike. There we go.
Reminds me of a guy, you know.
I mean, maybe we need more dialogue to sort of segue into the conclusion being sans.
So,
They said.
like someone who doesn't care about winning and would just do nothing all day.
Chris stared into the distance, a microscopic smile slinking across their lips.
I might know a guy.
Lesser dog who is a prisoner. That's it's not quite the implication, yeah. That's just lesser dog. Sans after maybe surviving. It's not even Steven, just Sam's after maybe surviving. Like GNU stands for GNU's not Unix. What? Sans after being placed in a sealed box in which we do not know if he lives or dies. Right. So clearly it's not explicit who they mean. I think the audience needs some clarification from Noelle here that they do in fact mean Sans. And that this isn't some brilliant, like, new idea. This is just them both simultaneously realizing that their goals align on getting Sans into the office after all, which is kind of incredible. Yeah, the original premise said that Chris would help Asgore win, but, you know, you can't plan that far ahead sometimes. This has really taken on a direction of its own here. No, I think it is important that we indicate that they mean Sans, because it's sort of out of left field other than that. I think we need a bit more detail from Noelle up here. There we go. She might be home a bit more often, I guess. Which sets up the inverse implication that if Sans was mayor, then he would be home less often.
Sans is cringe, but he is free. By your will, he shall succeed.
I don't know what that's referencing, but sounds about right. Oh wait, this is perfect, because at this moment, we've left Sans and Toriel as like a brick gag. The brick is still falling, they still haven't come back from church, so like at this very moment, Sans can just appear, and through dramatic irony can confirm who they're talking about. That'll work. We have to cut directly into Sans' dialogue here, like mid-conversation about something stupid with Toriel. So we've used up the batteries idea, we've mentioned the butter. As too mean-spirited, Outson says, to keep Sans away. Whatever, dude, I don't care. There's only so much, like, thematic poignancy we can wring out of this at the end of the day. sulfic salt. Oh, mentioned Gaster's church sermon. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, Noel should ask who, maybe. Who? She asked. Comic Sans. About, You can trust my bro to salvage a boring church service or something. Is Papyrus canon in this fic? Yes, he's locked away in the house like before and has no relevance to the plot. Presumably. Yeah, and Toriel's concerned, like, I agree he was eloquent, but I am not sure who this Jesus he kept speaking about was.
The guy's a pontification machine.
His speech is the dogma lines from The Binding of Isaac. I can barely remember those, yeah. Pontification machine is a banger phrase. It would work as like some sort of black metal album, but I guess Sans just uses that shit casually in a sentence. I was somewhat confused by the Jesus fellow he kept mentioning. Rage against the pontification machine, yeah. But I am uncertain what he was getting at. I am uncertain what he... unsure, I guess. I am unsure what he was getting at by bringing up that Jesus fellow so often. What do you call the branches of the church? Like not a vocation, not an enumeration. It's a congregation. It's like Presbyterian versus Catholic. Like, what are those called? Demarcation? What the fuck is the name? Denomination, that's it. Yeah, denomination for sure. Use single quotes then double quotes? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay. That's a weird version of the angel. Who knows? I'm tempted to continue this bit until, like, Toriel assumed that a talk of forgiveness was about the batteries and the fact that she kept throwing out the batteries, but I think we may be digging too deep into the rabbit hole at that point. The only point of these guys even coming back into the scene is to sort of answer the question of who Chris was thinking of. Oh, that's good dialogue from Veritas, actually. Let's put that right in. Anyone who summons bread is cool by me. Classic Sans. And now we can end with like the Seinfeld theme and Toriel laughing, basically. Comic Sans. Like the like the whooping of a rabid hyena, not a rabbit hyena. Toria, okay. Honorable mention to Vivat's dialogue. Toria let out a guttural screech that, if they'd been any closer to the church, would have caused Father Alvin to bless the grounds just in case. Or except Father Alvin wasn't actually at the church. The whole town, except for Sans and Toriel, just got sidetracked into going to the crime scene by the lake. And so Sans and Toriel literally just showed up in an empty church, and then Sans called Gaster over to do a an impromptu rap sermon to salvage the experience. The music's not down, it's just playing some bullshit. It's an 8-minute piece of, like, people trying to play a piano? Fuck off, I don't want to listen to that. For maximum comedic effect, you should have a longer break between
I'm an old guy.
and Noel slowed, like a scene transition fake out. I can almost see what you mean, but like I don't think I can. I don't see it working too well. Prismox, I believe you're answering questions from about 5 minutes ago. You may want to catch up on the stream. Actually, you can't hear me if you're not caught up on the stream, so what's the point of saying that? I don't know. No, I think it's fine as is. Like, this is the dramatic pause. Originally, I was going to just end it here, right, and skip directly to Sans. So this is really like the beat of like nothing happens for comedic effect. Oh yeah, Chris just smirks at Noel. Trend. Spelling's getting worse. They turned to Noelle and saw that she was smirking too. Scene ends. What happens now? I really don't know. We either have... It's got to be like Asgore, Bertler, like doubling down on the anti-human radicalization. Maybe another press conference where Asgore's just gone full like psycho. And he's just going on about how like the human cartels are using their town as a waypoint, and they have to they're going to be flooded in gang violence and like open warfare on the streets within 6 months if they don't immediately build a physical wall around the town, which of course Mayor Holiday will not agree to fund. Yeah, we need another conference. I don't know if I want to write that whole thing like now, because it's been 5.5 hours of streaming, but we can at least plan the scene out, I think. At very least. I don't feel exhausted now, but I'm a bit tired mentally, I guess. You can tell on the frequency of typos. When is the Frogget Mafia? I don't know. I don't know if the Frogget Mafia will ever even come back, because Terry left that scene in full confidence that Asgore was on his side, when Asgore was in fact just so oblivious that he completely missed the point. So, oh, this is the scene where Asgore has to read Hochi Mama off Spamton's cue cards with a straight face. That's a good idea. All right, so let's just write a screenplay note here. Okay, we got that. Maybe we have a sudden like Sans strikes back now. We haven't had Sans do anything to win in popularity on a few scenes now. And maybe like Noelle and Chris show up and like make Sans win by accident or something. Like they have to use their knowledge of irony poisoned meme culture to like essentially deliberately pull what happened last time, where Sans only got votes for his brother just like completely derailing the conference and breaking his arm on stage. So they have to like recreate that deliberately. I like that from chat there.
You see, fellow townsfolk, the esteemed customers of the wacky powder are a true threat to our choking hazard ages 3 and up.
Yes, something like that. I think Spamton can hold it back a little bit when he's writing a speech for a press conference, but, you know, the occasional one will sneak through. Sans repeats the winning strategy from the time he won Tumblr Sexy Man and the Queen died. What if Noelle and Chris's plan is just to, like, kill the Queen? Or, like, not kill the Queen, but, like, something like the Queen died, and somehow they associate with that with Sans' platform. Something that stupid. I don't know. Something as stupid as the Tumblr Sexy Man contest is what I'm getting at. They put banana peels around the conference. They explicitly reference the Sexy Man polls. Huh. I wonder if there's a gag to be had here with like Sans AUs or something. Like no, overnight they create Underfell and it becomes popular. I don't know. That's not actually how you'd win the election, though, by targeting the irony-poisoned youth. You'd just, like, all Sans has to do is go on stage and, like, dab. And then he wins the irony-poisoned youth vote. That's literally all he has to do, is dab on stage. Chris and Noelle discuss how to make Sans more appealing. Noelle lets slip that she thinks Sans is a little bit hot, revealing that she's a Tumblr girl. You can try to get that in at some point. That's quite good. He comes in as fresh Sans. He's just doing some stupid bullshit. Oh yeah, Chris makes the fountain to get votes for Sans. Because someone mentioned Spamton doing that. Oh, that's kind of brilliant, actually. That's such a... That's, if I can be a bit grandiose, that's a very Discworld way of resolving it. It's like you take a mundane problem, like rigging an election, and you leverage the really specific in-universe fantasy logic to find a unique way to make that happen. That's pretty cool, actually. Rigging an election is a very mundane problem. Sans is the night. Like, they go and... Yeah, Chris opens, like, a voting station in the castle town, but no, that doesn't exist. I guess it's just some, like, bullshit dark world that we haven't seen yet. Does the public know about Dark Worlds? I don't know. Yeah, technically the Dark World is part of Hometown, so they could have like a whole measure of a man speech about how Darkners deserve to vote. Jesus Christ. The voters go into the Dark World. Oh my god. Yeah, a dark fountain in the voting place. The so when they go into like the little, well, there's not really a room you go into to cast a ballot usually. It's more like just a kiosk. God, I want to use that somehow though. That's a fascinating idea. We're taking it a bit too far. That's not too far though. That's just that doesn't make the plot any more complex. That actually resolves the plot. It's almost like a Deus Ex Machina, except it's been set up by the lore of the game. So yeah, that's for the climax. Ralsei says vote for Asgore, and all the Darkners do the exact opposite and vote for Sans. The entirety of Deltarune and the recruiting system are all recontextualized to be about gaining votes for Sans. What the fuck, dude? Dude, imagine if like there's just a time skip, like a Rocky training montage, and in that time, the entirety of Deltarune elapses, and at the end, we just make up that it was all a front to get votes for Sans. Dude, Mega Brain. And it's like, yeah, they also fought the knight, and the plot concluded, and then Sans won the election. Like, what? That's fucked up. That's like the most fucked up way to do it. That's why Ralsei is sus, is because Ralsei is in on Chris's plan to, farm votes from the Darkners, and so when Ralsei faces the screen, it's like he wants to talk with Chris about like the preliminary polls or whatever. Someone doesn't think this is a good idea. It's not a good idea, but you know, this is a shitpost at the end of the day, and that's a better conclusion than anything that I'd thought of. Aside from like, you know, the guy on the phone being Senator Armstrong and they have to fight like in the end of Metal Gear Rising. Why did Chris change their mind? Well, Chris basically realized that I guess that like Asgore and the Mayor Holiday are both so corrupt that that sort of like was what Noelle said, is like Asgore and Holiday are both such dicks at this point that she'd rather just like the annoying dog one. And then Chris realizes that like, yeah, I guess I do dislike Sans less than what Asgore and Halloween are currently doing, at least, so. Crazy when he found out that the knight was Prunzel. Exactly. I kind of dig that, actually. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that, but not right now, of course. I think I'm probably just gonna do a recap and then end the stream currently, because it's been a while. Write the plans down? I'll remember this. I think I'll remember this. Okay, let's just do a recap then. Let's do a recap and figure that out next stream. Okay, let's start back with the holiday mission control scene. I like that one. Okay, chat asks, have I heard of the Undertale AU handplates? I have. I don't really know anything about it, though. Besides that, it involves Gaster, probably. Yeah, of course we're doing art. We always do art. Assuming there's art, of course. Okay, let me get some more tea quick. Yeah, funnily enough, I don't have a ton of interest in most AUs for the sake of AUs. I'm very much a grumpy purist, I guess, when it comes to my actual tastes in, like, Undertale fan content. As Vivat Veritas said in her recent video, my favorite sans is normal sans. I'm just picturing, like, you know, like a normal exclamation mark sans. That's my AU. So I've got two different people in chat. One of them's telling me that the handplates characters aren't close to their canon selves, and the other person's saying that it's canon compliant. So I'm not sure how you can be both out of character and canon compliant, but maybe canon compliance more about specific plot points. Anyway, let's get into it. Halloween Holiday struggled to pull more headphone cable from under the desk. She could barely see what she was doing in the dim blue light of the CRT monitor, and her tusks kept catching against the corner of the keyboard tray. Finally, she managed to coax a few more inches of cord from the dusty knot of cables against the wall and could sit up straight without the headset being pulled from her ear. "Nerdly, do you read me, Nerdly?" she barked into the microphone. No response. "Nerdly," she repeated at greater volume. Still no response. Then a knock from the door behind her. Halloween scowled. "Enter." Noelle gingerly cracked her bedroom door open and put her head through the gap after a brief struggle with her antlers. "It's, push to talk." Halloween whipped an eye around to meet hers. "It's what?" "You, Noelle thought for a second. You have to hold the Z key down to speak." "I see. Thank you, December," Halloween said and turned back around. She waited for the door to click behind her before continuing. "Nerdly, do you read me, Nerdly?" she repeated, now holding down Z. This time, the camera view from the monitor jolted upwards to reveal Nerdly's face. His wings were visibly flapping out of frame. There we go. He nods. "What the fuck is this emoji button I keep hitting? What is that? How do you activate the emoji button? Oh, there it is. Why is that a thing for, like... What? Oh, look at that. Dude, check this out. So much power. It's like I'm on my Discord server. There's just like... Where's the Moai? I can make the whole emoji movie here, dude. Here's a Tengu for some reason. Feet? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, this sucks. How do I get rid of them? His wings were visibly flapping out of frame. Spell it right. "Good," said Halloween. "You'll have to bear with me. I'm stuck with a less than ideal setup. If we have to do this regularly, I'll invest in a mission control station that isn't my daughter's desktop." Nerdly makes a rapid series of hand signals into the lens, causing them to lurch dizzyingly to the side while not flapping. Varric is in position. "Any sign of civilians?" Instead of replying, Nerdly swung the camera back down, revealing an aerial view of hometown. The footage switched to infrared, showing no signs of life on Asgore Street. "Proceed," said Halloween. As soon as Nerdly relayed her order, a white blip materialized from a manhole just past Asgore's house. Body heat. Varric was moving in. Asgore, she mused as the blip traversed the street, really couldn't have made himself any easier to assassinate if he tried. an out-of-work bum living on the edge of town, subsisting on God knew what and flower petals. She was half surprised he hadn't already died in his sleep after eating an expired pickle or something. But, given his specific circumstances, she had something even better in mind. The camera swung up once more, a flurry of signs from Nerdly. Varric is ready to breach. He's confirmed possession of 5,000 cc's of clarified butter, awaiting your orders. Halloween's baleen clenched. That couldn't have been right. Nerdly, I don't follow. Reconfirm possession of the substance. Varric has brought 20 butter cups worth of ranunculin toxin, correct? I repeat, reconfirm possession of substance. A pause, a series of signals. No, pretty sure he said cups of... Nerdly's attention was suddenly jolted toward the ground. The camera swung back to reveal a smoking U-Haul van in the space of... I'm gonna put a VAD in there, because I've tripped over this twice. In the space where Varric's Umriss, footnote 6, despite everything Umriss still means silhouette in German, used to occupy. Its hood was visibly dented even from this distance. A ways down the road, there was now a slowly expanding circle of heat. Halloween stared into the monitor without blinking until several of her eyes began to water. Numbly, she lifted a pincer to the Z key. Nerdly, she said woodenly. Come in, Nerdly. What is the status of Varric? The camera slowly pivoted back to Nerdly's face, a short gesture. Incapacitated, bleeding profusely, but still showing signs of Halloween and Nerdly flinched in unison as a gunshot reverberated through the town. Nerdly glanced back toward the street and turned back to the lens with a wince. He shook his head. Scratch that, he's super dead. Halloween remained silent for an uncomfortable duration. Finally, Nerdly heard the scratch of static as her mic came on. Nerdly, please reconfirm that Varric was not in possession of any toxic substance. Confirmed. Just 20 cups of butter. Understood, said Halloween with a sigh. Return to base. Mission is postponed. The line went dead. Nerdly, still somewhat in shock as he began to glide his way back to the Holiday Estate, cast one last glance back toward Asgore Street, where a hunched white shape was pawing at Varric's neck for a pulse. A .45 Magnum gleamed from one of his hands. The view was so distracting that he collided directly with me as I delivered this narration from a diegetic vantage point hovering above the town on a jetpack. It kinda hurt. The raw emotion on this scene makes it so much funnier. I'm not sure what raw emotion you're talking to, but I'm glad it came through. Asgore's fingered, I'm having trouble reading now. Yikes. More tea. The music adds to it, yeah. Asgore's fingers drummed a cadence against the hood of Spamton's newly acquired U-Haul van. The smell of burning butter and blood from the radiator mingled with the fumes coming off the still wet paint from the campaign ad on the truck's side. I said that instinctively, so it's probably more natural. Big preposition chains are always kind of weird. He gave brief thanks to his police experience for the fact that he was not currently doubled over and dry heaving onto his lawn. That would really have been a terrible distraction from a situation that, all considered, demanded his full attention. He stared into Spamton's eyes.
You shot him,
he said flatly. Spamton's teeth chattered briefly, his eyes swiveled on independent axes like a cornered animal. Nuh-uh, he shouted. His nose immediately and visibly grew another .0005 furlongs. He suddenly glanced to the smoking piston. The smoking pistol still clutched in his hand. The sight of it appeared to terrify him. Just a split second after, though, his head spasmed back toward Asgore. His expression was completely composed. So many retcons, but it's for the best. His expression was now completely composed. Okay, maybe I introduced this pizza-haired gentleman to my big shot. Maybe I did rip that little fucker's body in half. Maybe I did shove his ass so far up his throat that when he craps he'll sing fucking Beethoven. So what? That's politics. Asgore's expression remained stony.
Enough rambling. Do you think this is funny? I don't know how I didn't see it before. You're completely insane.
With a disgusted shake of his head, Asgore turned from the carnage and began walking back toward his door.
I'm calling the police, he said. This cannot be allowed to go on.
After a few steps, Asgore heard a creaking noise from behind him. Panic surged in his chest as he pictured Spamton lifting the gun to his back. He whipped around, but instead of the gun barrel, he was met only with a smile so wide that it creased the skin of Spamton's cheeks like melted plastic. "Insane, huh?" he screamed without moving his lips. "We've been partners in crime for 3 days, and you're only just now noticing that I'm insane?" He took 3 waddling strides up to Asgore until the tip of his sextuple hot dog-length nose jabbed into the monster's chest. "Wow, that's rough, buddy. Sounds like a big problem for whoever hired me. But lucky for you, Mr. Fingers in his ass. This crazy... how do you pronounce that? This crazy poop fucker just spared your depressing unelected life." He gestured to the human body lying behind them. The blood pool was parted in the center by an iridescent lake of liquid butter. Asgore's eye twitched.
What are you talking about?
I've heard of this lonely bounty hunter before. The man's a criminal, I tell you, a criminal. #1 rated dark web assassin, 2008. Asgore's heart quickened. He watched transfixed as the pooling butter glistened under the light of the human's hovering yellow soul.
Cups of butter, he mumbled to himself. How could he have known?
He turned to face Spamton, fur now beaded with sweat.
I am severely lactose intolerant. There is no other explanation for someone to be carrying so much butter in the middle of the night. Spamton, I think you may be correct.
Spamton looked very briefly confused, but Asgore didn't notice. Yeah, of course. Listen up, Peppino Spaghetti. This ain't my first Calgary stampede. This can work for us. I just need your complete and utter submission. Asgore took a deep breath. His hands were shaking, but his mind was clear. Despite the horror of the moment and the fear of witnessing an attempt on his life, he felt something now that had been absent from his life ever since he started this campaign. No, not just then. It had been missing for a long, long time now, since he'd been driven from his own house like unwanted baggage. He exhaled. Things were finally simple again. His purpose was finally clear.
Tell me what to do, he said.
That's the right attitude, Fluffy Buns, Spamton said, pulling a plastic baggie of white powder from one distended nostril. You might make it in this business after all. Yeah, but Suburban Jungle ends just for the climax there. That's wonderful. This is the exact moment Asgore became Mr. Creamer. Hell yeah. Did it stop again? Let's go, and it's just quiet. It's emotional piano Suburban Jungle, maybe. A skeleton in black slippers and a clip-on tie interpolated down the sidewalk. Luckily, his dress slippers were Heelys, or else he'd already have worked up a sweat keeping pace with Toriel's lengthy strides. Oh, I wanted to fill this into something. Whatever. It has to stay empty for now. I'm not doing it. Hey, Tori, Sans asked. What is it? She replied without breaking stride. Remind me, can you throw out batteries? Well, I think as long as you can fit them in the garbage can, she chuckled. No, seriously, I can never remember. Are they recyclable, or do you need to throw them out? Or are they dangerous to throw out for some reason? I think what you meant to ask, Sans, Toriel said, is may you throw out batteries? A moment passed. Toriel's gait slowed. Sans, she asked suddenly, voice subtly higher, do you mean to say that throwing out batteries is dangerous? Well, I don't know, Tori. I was asking you. Sans, I am serious. I did not realize that throwing out batteries could be hazardous. I have put them in the trash for years. I had no idea. Look, there's no need to panic there. I was just several yards behind them, following at a distance such that no one could tell they were associated. Chris surveyed the scenery for escape routes. Yeah, the music was helping. Church hadn't been the same since Alvin had started stocking Sunripe Peach Carrot medley for the children's communion. They glanced briefly at the backs of the 2 figures ahead, just long enough to see the word suit scrawled on the back of Sans's hoodie in red marker. And juice aside, they couldn't put up with these too much longer. As the group rounded the bend onto the town's main drag, Chris spied a commotion further down the street toward the lake. Their pulse quickened. Salvation? They raised a hand to their ear. Sands was now engrossed in a rambling account of a man who'd wandered into a store in the middle of the night to buy $50 worth of clarified butter. Toriel was laughing like a chimpanzee. This was their chance. Careful not to audibly change their gait, they deviated off course and began walking toward the distant crowd. Weird period placement. Soon, Sans and Toriel's laughter faded behind them. As the lakeside drew closer, they could make out the sound of Undyne's megaphone amplified... I can never say megaphone right, I say megaphone. Why? Of Undyne's megaphone amplified voice, booming through the trees. Their eyes soon met a scene of chaos. Half the town's population was packed into a murmuring circle around a ring of police tape, including Father Alvin, who was very much not preparing to deliver the morning sermon. On the shore to the far side of the crowd, Constable Napstablook was jotting down notes from a sobbing onion son, whose trauma blanket kept being tugged from their shoulders by the lapping water. At the center of the scene was Undyne, standing in front of an ominous black bag that slumped amorphously against the sandy ground. She was delivering some sort of address to the townsfolk through a highly redundant megaphone. God, I gotta read this again now.
The police were alerted to the sudden appearance of dismembered human limbs in the lake at 3:45 a.m. According to the witness reports, the limbs were tightly wrapped in chicken wire and coated in a thick layer of butter. Preliminary investigation indicates that the limbs correspond to the body of one Caucasian human male, between 30 and 40 years of age.
It's turning into Matt Pat Undyne.
Traces of opiates were found on the victim's clothing.
Before the echoes had even faded, a hand thrust skyward from the crowd. Chris recognized it even before its owner spoke.
Police Chief Undyne, Asgore's voice boomed over the crowd's din. What is the likelihood that this heinous killing of... what is the likelihood of this heinous killing being drug-related?
Mr. Dreamer,
Undyne replied.
You know as well as I do that it's too early in the investigation to responsibly make that call. But just between you and me, I'd say 1,000,000%!
The crowd erupted in nervous chatter. At the far edge of the commotion, Chris could make out the Mayor Holiday clenching a hoof before turning and receding into the crowd. Oh wait, not their side, only her. To her side, that one guy who looked like Red Birdley struggled to type into his neck-mounted laptop through a fit of intensifying sobs. After being reduced to limply bashing the keyboard with his fists, he suddenly doubled over and vomited on a nearby monster obscured by the crowd. Sucks to be them, Chris thought. About 15 seconds later, Chris felt a presence behind them. They turned and were met with the sight of Noelle Holiday, eyes visibly damp. A vomit-covered Christmas sweater dangled limply from her hand. Chris nodded tacitly. Noelle said nothing, but seemed content to simply stand there for the time being. Eventually, Chris ventured a jab of his thumb toward Nerdly, who was now curled in the fetal position and being occasionally tripped over by Jerry.
That guy sucks,
they said. Noelle smiled weakly. Which one? Chris slowly grinned.
Yes.
Without either of the pair explicitly deciding to move, they mutually began to drift out of the crime scene's orbit and paced through the deserted streets of Hometown. While passing QC's diner, they could faintly make out a nasally voice from inside ranting about the Founding Fathers, but it was too muffled to be sure. Eventually, Noelle broke the silence. So, do you think your dad can win? She seemed to realize the implications of the question the instant it left her mouth, because she gave Chris no time to respond before specifying. I mean, you know, your real dad. She seemed to realize the implications of the question the instant it left her mouth, because she gave Chris no time to respond before specifying. I mean, you know, Asgore, she finished dismally. Chris didn't seem bothered. They shrugged.
Worried your mom's gonna lose?
Noelle giggled faintly. No, not really. Actually, it might be kind of nice. She might be home a bit more often, I guess. She trailed off. On the far side of the road, a small white dog captured their attention for a few moments by doing a kickflip. You know, Chris, Noelle said absent-mindedly, seeing how everyone's acted the last few days makes me think sometimes that we'd be better off if the mayor just was that little dog. At least then everyone wouldn't have to fight about it. Chris looked thoughtful for a second, their gaze lingering on the dog, who was now busy driving donuts in their Fisher-Price tough trike.
So,
They said.
like someone who doesn't care about winning and would just do nothing all day?
Noel nodded. Chris stared into the distance, a microscopic smile slinking across their lips.
I might know a guy.
Noel slowed to a stop, looking confused. Who? She asked. Suddenly, a sound approaching from the distance.
Yeah, you can always trust my bro to salvage a boring church service. That guy's a pontification machine.
He certainly was an eloquent speaker, but I am unsure what he was getting at by bringing up that Jesus fellow so often. Is he from a different denomination?
I don't know, you'd have to ask him. Anyone who summons bread is cool by me, though. I know all about loafing around.
Even from down the street, Toriel's laughter beat against Chris's eardrums like the whipping of a rabid hyena. They turned back to Noelle and saw that she was smirking too. And that's the end, basically. That's it. How was that? What a ride, says chat. Yeah. Music's going nuts here. I have no idea what the fuck Homestuck is doing at this point. It's called Rapture. Let's do art. And then I have a stupid idea. All this Homestuck music has inspired me to attempt to end the stream with a piano rendition of Suburban Jungle. For no particular reason. Just because of all the Homestuck music's got me in the mood. Let's hit up the fan art first, though. Oh boy, look at all that. Oh my god. There's some some really interesting art. There's quite a bit of it. Wow. Okay, that's not the stream. A bit ambiguous at times. God, how far up do I have to scroll here? Is that a hand-drawn comic? It seems to involve Spamton and Gaster rapping, so I guess it's for the stream. Okay, that's Halloween. Okay, we'll start with the... I found the top tier. Let's go. We have a lot of stuff. After Simi's last piece... No, that, Regan, that was from the beginning of the stream. That was actually covered then, so I'm going to start with this one. So this is a depiction of Halloween by Algae Satchel, which is just some sort of antediluvian nudibranch, I think, which is about as accurate as you could get, I think. There was one other piece of like biblically accurate Halloween fan art much earlier, but it's long past now. Excellent to see though. Alright, now we have Sans and Cardboard Sans, history's most iconic duo. That's a good Cardboard Sans. Like, there's real effort put into that corrugation there.
Fortunately, 2 jobs means twice as many legally required breaks. Sorry, my stand-in can be a bit flat.
That's an astonishingly high-quality version of Cardboard Sans, I gotta say. And just the regular Sans, too. It's really quite well drawn. And that one's by John Mulligan. And I think I said the previous one is Algae Satchel, but I'll say it again just in case. $3 from Wolfzode. So many words for so little progress. I mean, you can look at it like that, or you could say that, well, we've gotten a lot of character development, which was really the idea behind all of this, right? So it's valuable lack of progress. Thank you for the $3, though. Yeah, then after this we have photographs of a hand-drawn comic, which I think is stream-related. Although I can't tell exactly what it's depicting necessarily. This is also by John Mulligan. This is Spamton looking at someone. Is that Noelle? Or is it Is that Asgore? I'm not sure. These are very sketchy, of course. Here's G Money, the classic. Oh look, $8 from Wolf Zone immediately. Maybe the real progress was the friends we made along the way. Yes, the or the characters that we vandalized along the way, I'd say, is more accurate. Thank you very much, though. This is Asgore being what on earth is going on here? Asgore looks like he was got his face stuck in a trash compactor there. He's very sad about it. He's balding too. Yeah, he's like bald. Nightmare Asgore. I'm not sure what these are, to be honest. I think they're Asgores or Toria laughing, maybe? It's very interpretive. It's like charades. There's Remnant going, vomiting and sniffing flowers after witnessing a murder. Exactly. And I think that's just Asgore holding an egg for some reason. Well, that's cool. I at least some of that was stream related, I think. And here we are from VT Holmes. They're nerdly colliding with the narrator, hovering on a jetpack. Wonderful. I'm glad you intuited that the camera was held in Nerdly's feet. That's never explicitly stated. Oh yeah, he used the egg to create Spamton. You're right. I forgot the lore. Oh, this is an evolved version of Halloween. Again by Algae Satchel. Just getting worse. That is unrelated art. Oh, yo, look at this one. This is Varric's POV. The last thing that he ever saw was Spamton introducing him to his big shot. Good, he looks like he's in Reservoir Dogs here. That's awesome. How stylish, damn. And that one is by Rata of the Discord server. I guess they're all from the Discord server. That's redundant to specify. Here's maybe my favorite that I just scrolled up and saw based on how hard it made me laugh. It's just Asgore chugging a photoshopped measuring cup of butter, which, like, highly in context, perhaps the most in context piece of fan art of all time. It's kind of like the Fox and Falco the macro art or something. It's like, what the fuck are they doing? Are people saying it looks like piss? Probably. Probably they are. Whatever. We know it's butter. He's on the lactate. He's fine. Now we have an animation of some sort of Toby Fox running over Varric in his tough truck. Wonderful. You love to see it. That one is from Rovert Clovert. That's basically Toby Fox's modern relationship to the Halloween hack. He's thrown it under the bus many times. This is some kind of stream fan art. They're so strange. Holy shit.
Asgore, the green goat niblets, is don't do drugs, kids.
That's surreal. That's like Cruelty Squad art. Wonderful. That's from Mr. Yellow 04. Here's the weekly Outsend banger. Everyone ready? The butter's in like paint cans. I love that. I can't believe it's not butter. Oh, it was never real butter? It wasn't even real butter. Asgore was never in danger. It's like a triple, what do you call it? The triple bait and switch. Spamton's like coked out of his mind. He's sweating. Reminds me of the classic Jabroni Mike fanfic reading stream where Eggman goes on a crack bender and runs over Sonic in his 2005 Nissan Sentra. That's like that moment, that image lives rent free in my head eternally now. He's like snorting coke off the dashboard. Outsin is just realizing that I can't believe it's not butter is not in fact butter. I guess you couldn't really believe it. You truly could not believe that it's not butter. There's Chris experiencing the highest concentration of cringe known to mankind. As I like that Toriel. She really looks like Isaac's mom. She has that build, you know, the Christian mom build. And the Sans' Heelys are accurately depicted. That's wonderful. The world's saddest Noelle. She was rushed. I think that adds to it, though. She looks like, just like extra skrunkly. You just turn the skrunk dial up to 10 million, and that's like the Noelle you get out. That's an amazing Noelle. The vomit-covered sweater. Chat says she looks like Shinji. And also like Arthur the Aardvark. Incredible. Yeah, now chat believes she would talk to Chris with that face. Yeah, that's the face of someone with nothing to lose by talking to the weird human kid. Yeah, she does look like Rudy there. That's kind of funny. That's excellent. I like this Varric, too. What a strange dude. Wonderful Outsin. Thank you for that. Another highly abstract piece of propaganda, I believe. Algae Satchel trying to stealth canonize Terry coming back and assassinating Asgore or something. Or the Frogget Mafia at the very least. I think that ship has sailed, but it can live on in everyone's headcanon. Yeah, this Noelle's parenting makes her like 20 years older than she actually is. It really conveys a lot, this facial expression. It's wonderful. We have a Mooks one too. Look at that. It's once again the battery conversation is what captured everyone's hearts and minds apparently. Throwing out batteries is dangerous. For some reason, Sans' shirt being covered like that makes my brain read it as slut. Like I look at it at the corner of my eye and he's like, what's he wearing? What? It's of course just suit. It's an optical illusion. That's wonderful. Slit, says chat. Yeah. I would wear a shirt like that, says chat. Sans is advocating for Sans to wear the hot dog slut t-shirt. I don't even know what that means, but I could picture it as a real t-shirt. Like one of the barbecue pit boys just takes off their jacket and underneath is the hot dog slut shirt that no one knows where it came from. It's not mass-produced anywhere. There's no eBay listings for it. There's no record of it existing. It was solely obtained from a thrift store in Tennessee once and nowhere else. And it came with the pit stains. Like, they didn't have to add those themselves. And it's not even on Redbubble, correct? Not even Redbubble are weird enough to publish the hot dog slut t-shirt. Not even on Wish. How do you draw frogs? First you draw the circle. I don't know. That's the end of the art. We've ended off on our Mooks banger. And I think that'll have to do it. Wait, I said I'd play Suburban Jungle for some reason. Fuck it, I'll try it. I'll do it. Feel free to leave. This will be like the part of the show where the band keeps playing the chorus and everyone files out of the auditorium. None of my nails broke off. Good run. Bye everyone. See you next time.